We've had contactless cards in Nigeria even before England. But they've been using their own. We are not using our own. Because of that, let me not say the other part. But today, we need to leverage to take where we are to where we want to be in the next couple of years. It's amazing. You see mind-blowing things that Nigerians do all over the world. All over the world. In Africa, Nigeria is the country that raises the highest amount of investment, especially in fintech and technology. So the story and narrative is changing. It's changing from the fact that previously, when people hear about Nigeria, the only thing they think about is fraud. However, now people are beginning to look at Nigeria and say a lot is happening around the fintech space. A lot is happening around the fintech industry. And Interswitch has been at the forefront of all of that, making all of it to happen. We have a couple of MFBs here. We have a lot of fintechs here. And one of the things that we do is to power whatever systems you have to make you a better and provide more services for your customers. Today, we have various solutions. At every point, I lose track of the products we have in Interswitch because we have well over 300 products. If you are in HR, there's a product for you. If you are in Agric, there's a product for you. If you are an MFB, there's a product for you. If you are a fintech, so what we try to do is to basically be the backbone where everyone comes to get what they want from. So if you have a POS, you need to drive it. Interswitch is there. You have an ATM, you want to drive it. You have an app, you want people to be able to make payments on it. You want to be able to do transfers. We have a product for that. Or you say, no, I just want to be able to borrow people money from the comfort of their houses. They don't need to fill any form. I need people to be able to do their risk assessments and all that. There's a platform for that. Or you say, no, I want to be able to get a POS that will enable me receive money, either transfer by USSD or even payment with cards. So there are different array of products. You can say, okay, I am a fintech, I just start up. However, there's this big fintech, I want to be like them. There's a product for every category. So that's one of the reasons why when we come to, as an Interswitch staff, when we go out, one of the things we do is we don't just tell you, come and buy this product. We want to find out what are your pain points, what are the issues you have, what are the things you would like to be solved, what problems do you have that you want to solve. And if we do not have a solution for you, we'll tell you, okay, you know what, let's speak with our business development team and let's work with you to build something. There are some customers here that are seated here that we've sat down with them, we are building products that is specific to them. But the good thing is, the fintech industry is changing and evolving. And that's why previously you hear about some companies and we don't hear about them anymore. How many of us use a BlackBerry here? I remember BlackBerry Bold 1, Bold 2. My best one was Bold 5. I like the Bold 5. But today, where are they? Why? Because they didn't evolve. I'm sure everybody here used the Nokia phone in the days of you. You say, buy phone, get touch free. 3310, 1110. But today, you expect they will be at the top of the ladder. But where are they today? So one thing, even as individuals, we ought to always improve ourselves. We ought to always make ourselves better every day. If as individuals you ought to improve yourself, how much more as a business and as an establishment? I'm not the one giving the keynote address, but I'm sure we're learning something as we start this morning. So I'd like you to welcome someone beside you again and say, welcome to Interswitch TechConnect 3.0. If the person did not say it well, talk to the person beside you, the next person, and tell the person.
Welcome.
And if there's nobody beside you, stand up and tell the person in front or behind you. Okay, so I would like to invite Mr. Ashiru. He'll be giving the keynote address, the keynote speech.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I would like to just thank everyone for coming, taking out the time from your day. Can you guys all hear me? Is it clear? I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming for our TechConnect 3.0. I also would like to thank the organizers, my guys in marketing, our panelists, which has been carefully chosen. It promises to be more of an interactive session, so I'm going to walk around and engage with you. Before I actually give my keynote speech, which has been carefully curated professionally. You know Interswitch people now. They're giving me all the big words. But I'd like to actually just engage with you guys on a one-on-one so that way I can actually relate the topic, adapting, scaling, and what's advanced. This story, as a lawyer said, country has moved. Okay, now you want to hold this. Okay. See, they're not scaling. If you were scaling, you should have sorted out my. Anyway, it's okay. So one of the things that I was trying to actually allude to was like you have to. I lost my train of thought because there was something I was talking about. Yeah. So yeah, I was talking about the collaboration, and when we start looking at customer profile, you're like, what are these guys doing? And they're all of a sudden moving towards the top 5, top 10. And they're all of a sudden moving towards the top 5, top 10. There's a deliberate attempt and a structural change whereby there's a focus given to those entities. In the past, we're only in one office in VI, servicing our customers because traditional, most of our customers were where? In Marina. But now, I'm here in Ibadan. If there's time to go, in fact, if you can see where we're doing most of these things is in all the different parts of Nigeria where we're seeing significant transaction volumes because we're now going with where the transactions are, where the people are. And a lot of the MFBs and the fintechs understand the lower pyramid, what the consumer behavior, and they've basically designed products to basically suit those needs. Now, the way I'm dressed today, it's easy for me to walk into a bank, they'll give me all the attention and the resources that is needed. But if you look at the people that do daily transactions, that are trading daily, first, by the time they get to the branch in VI, they don't even let them enter. Then they don't even feel comfortable or confident to engage with those bank teller. When the bank staff is already dressed like a banker, we don't have any more dress code. The only reason why I'm even dressed like this today is just for the photo ops. So forget this. We are now, in those days, we used to wear shirt and tie, but we started getting a lot of these Gen Zs talking about why should I wear a shirt and tie? And one of the things my MD says is that I have no issue with you changing your dress code, but when you came for the interview, why did you not wear t-shirts? Now you're in the system, you're saying you cannot write a code because you're wearing shirt and tie. Well, eventually, guess what? We had to move with time. Our dress code is now relaxed. Also, we also have we have a hybrid policy with them to work because when people leave, in fact, most of our guys, when they leave, most of them leave to leave the country, which is unfortunate. So when I look at our attrition, it's mostly people that want to leave. And one of the things we cannot do, we can't give you snow in Nigeria. There's nothing I can say to you that will change your perspective if you want to leave the country. But one of the things is that we want to be ambassadors. And if I look at a lot of the companies today that we collaborate with, like even the Money Point person was an ex-Interswitch staff, so we do a lot of stuff still with him. He worked with us, and we have so many others like that. So without taking up too much of your time, since there's a process and the thing, I would like to quickly deliver my keynote speech and remarks. The other day, I was actually trying to explain to someone what I did, and the person just said, "Oh, you're a tech bro." I'm like, "Tech bro, me, tech, okay, no problem." So I guess that's the terminology that is being used now for people within the fintech space. So now onto my keynote remarks. The digital landscape and unveiling the fresh perspectives and business paradigms and the regulatory framework. Ladies and gentlemen, and our esteemed guests, stakeholders, and our ever-trusting customer, it is truly an honor to stand before you today to delve into a topic that not only has revolutionized the way we conduct transactions, but has also reshaped the very core of our economic life. The digital landscape in Nigeria is a fascinating journey, a story of innovation, opportunity, and the convergence of technology and finance. Our gathering here today marks a pivotal moment for us as Interswitch as we explore fresh prospects, business paradigms, and the regulatory framework that will define this dynamic ecosystem. From the days of trade by barter to the introduction of a physical currency, our transaction methods have evolved as a society. The technological advancements demanded, however, through the advent of the digital age, has catapulted this evolution to unprecedented heights. In Nigeria, a nation known for its entrepreneurial spirit and tech-savvy population, the digital landscape payment has taken a leap with Interswitch at the center stage. We have been able to digitalize modes of payment, altering the way businesses operate and people manage their finances. Worthy to note is the fact that the digital payments revolution has unleashed a multitude of promising opportunities across the various sectors. One of such area of impact has been the financial inclusion. Nigeria, like many other nations, is faced with challenges in providing financial services to its vast unbanked and underbanked population. However, the rise of mobile money, digital wallets, has brought this marginalized group into the financial fold, which is what I was speaking to earlier. This inclusion not only empowers the individual, but also fuels economic growth by increasing consumer spending and driving entrepreneurship and enhancing overall productivity. I'll stop here for a second and just quickly want to expatiate. This is one of the things that actually catapulted Nigeria towards being the largest economy in Africa, when they basically rebased our economy. And that all of a sudden we realized that South Africa, we thought was bigger, was really not as big as we thought. So today, Nigeria is still the largest economy in Africa. You cannot, in fact, they say, when you think Nigeria, when you think Africa, you think Nigeria, right? Now, furthermore, the business landscape has been transformed through innovation that leverage digital payment solutions offered by Interswitch and the other players in the industry. The rise of the Fintech startups has continued to spark a wave of disruption, challenging traditional financial institutions and introducing novel ways of conducting financial activities. I dare say today that Fintechs have actually completely disrupted the traditional financial services system. In fact, today, the Fintechs are such a key player within the payments ecosystem. We saw this, and this was also obviously accelerated by the CBN policy towards the later part of the financial year, whereby virtually no one could have access to cash, and everyone was reliant on transferring money electronically. It was at the forefront in terms of being able to deliver a product and a service that gave you instant payment notifications. They were deploying those Chinese POSs that cost a fraction of the traditional cost, and as a result, today, they're still one of the key players within that ecosystem. So those are some of the things. When people talk about it's possible, it is possible. No one saw them coming, and they did that. Nigeria, with its forward-thinking regulatory bodies, must continue to be at the forefront of creating an environment that encourages innovation while safeguarding the interests of all the stakeholders. Something that Law said earlier, and it's true, our trust quotient is pretty low. So banks in Nigeria, fintechs can do things, but no one wants to part with money, because maybe some of the reasons why you see this happen in the West is because they have insurance policies and they can underwrite those type of liability. When we talk about NFC payment, contactless payment, there's nothing special. In fact, when all these NFC cards were in Nigeria, the issue was that there were no NFC terminals, so people were just bringing contactless card, but where are you going to consummate those transactions? So it's easy for people to say you get a contactless card, but how do you do it? What is the settlement process that happens behind the NFC? What is the definition from the regulatory framework? The regulation must define those things for you to play. Even in the West, you cannot do an NFC payment for over a certain amount. I think it's like £400. So you can't just go to go and buy a shoe that costs £800 and use an NFC. But they know for people getting on the train, low-value transactions, so that there's not a bottleneck. Has anyone gone to all these retail stores and you just see, the reason why there's a queue is because Fed will get your phone, put in your PIN, There's no receipt. Some people need the receipt. I don't know what they need the receipt for, because I've never needed that actual hard copy receipt for anything, but people want the receipt. I don't know why. So those are some of the innovation that I think we need to just focus on and try and improve on. So, and towards the end of my remark, as we stand at the juncture of this transformation, we must remember that the digital payment landscape is not stagnant. It's a living and breathing ecosystem that requires collaboration, adaptability, and forward-thinking strategies. For a business, this means you must stay agile, embrace innovation, and understand the evolving needs of your consumers. Collaboration between private sector, government agency, and regulatory bodies is paramount. Today, we can shape a future where digital payment transcends the barriers by driving economic growth, financial inclusion, and the technology advancement. On this particular note, I also like to expatiate. This is the first time, and I would like to acknowledge His Excellency. This is the first time they've actually reached out to Interswitch as an organization to be part of this. Anything, it's good for the government to acknowledge your role within the ecosystem without you actively lobbying for it. In fact, when we got the list that Mitchell, who is the CEO of Interswitch, was going to be on the delegation, was like, what are we going to do? How do we engage and all that? So it's actually good that it's not just going to be the same old entities you see. If you look at that list, you see it's not just the banks or the manufacturers or the cement players. You see a lot of fintechs. And what are we going to be doing? We're going to push in for our own cause and our own survival and things that we think can transform and revolutionize our country. One thing to note is I was speaking to one of the gentlemen back there around this whole, why is it that when you want to send money within Africa, you must first of all send it to New York, they change it at a crazy rate, and then you send it back to Ghana? Why can't we come up with our own exchange system? So those are some of the things that we need to do as an African body, so to speak. This is no longer about Nigeria, because sending money to New York for me is easier than sending money to Kenya and to Ghana. And it makes no sense. It just isn't adding up. So those are some of the things we're going to continue to champion and advocate for to ensure that this happens. And so the journey ahead is thrilling. I have no doubt that with our collective effort, the digital payment landscape will continue to flourish and empower individual businesses and the nation at large. On that note, I'd like to thank you. And I think I'll be inviting the next person to that floor. So thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you very much, Tunji Ashiru. So Tunji joined Interswitch to actualize the enormous potential in providing technology and innovative solutions to facilitate healthcare services delivery, monitoring, and effectively reducing the administrative costs. He was the Chief Operating Officer of Smart Health Interswitch industry vertical to address the challenges within the ecosystem. In addition to the healthcare vertical, is also responsible for deepening and increasing value proposition within these other industry verticals, such as telcos, IT, pension, gaming, insurance, health, media, and advertising. Is currently responsible for executive engagement and strategic partnership within national regulatory bodies nationally. So when he was talking about the fact that Interswitch was invited and we're not sure what to do, is because Interswitch know they give shishi. So we play in different sectors, and we all know the average Nigerian business, you must give something for something. But Interswitch in 21 years is not known to give a bribe to get any business. We've lost a lot of business that way, but however, somehow when they try to do something and it doesn't work, they still just come back to say, okay guys, come and do it for us. However, this other one will sort it in the other way. So Tunji, prior to joining Interswitch, he worked in the US with Blue Cross, Blue Shield, WellCare, Health Plans, and General Electric. He has held several leadership positions for insurance and technology organizations. He was on the CBN panel for health management, and Tunji is a graduate of finance from Kensington State University in Georgia, and he lives in Lagos, Nigeria. Let us thank him for a fantastic keynote speech. So I'd like to welcome the next on the agenda. We have Suzanne come talk to us about fraud and cyber security challenges. So earlier on I talked about the fact that there's a huge trust gap And I would just like to, so Susan is an experienced, innovative, and highly driven and team-oriented professional with over 10 years hands-on experience in the electronic payment and information system industry, with its development in the achievement of business and organizational goals. Before joining Interswitch, she had worked with banks and fintech companies in different leading capacities across payments and collections, digital channels, and retail banking. She's currently the head of retail payments in Interswitch. Susan continues to spearhead groundbreaking innovative initiatives, advancing the company's mission to revolutionize financial services on the continent. Her passion, her vision, and unwavering dedication to financial inclusivity make her a driving force in the Nigerian fintech ecosystem. She's a certified card and payment expert from the Retail Banking Academy in the United Kingdom and Masters in Information Technology from University of Lagos. Let us welcome Susan Fasikpe.
Thank you very much. Hello. Good morning, everyone. As I'm reading that, what's it called, profile, I'm wondering if that's my profile, but thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I'm very excited to be amongst you. What we really want to talk about is the fact that how do you advance and scale your businesses, right? We are from various sectors. I understand we have people from the microfinance bank, fintechs, and we're in a world where technology is changing every day. So when I got this clarion call to talk about fraud, and I was asking myself, okay, fine, what part of fraud should I talk about, right? And interestingly, when we talk about fraud, I'm sure some of us have examples we can relate to it. So many of us. It does not matter if you've spent 10 years in the e-payment space. It doesn't matter if you are that mama risicats. One way or the other, we've experienced fraud. Typical example. Just last week, I sent someone to go get fuel for my car, right? Ordinarily, whenever I want to transfer money to my driver to fuel my car, he always tells me, put this money in this particular account, right? And I'm wondering, why do I have to put it in this particular account? I have 2 of your accounts, right? In fact, I was one that told you to open this particular account. Then last week when I sent him, okay, go get fuel for me. Mistakenly, I did not put it in that account he told me to put it in. Because I was distracted, I put it in that first account I had. Immediately I put the money in that first account, the guy ran down. He said, madam. I said, yes. I told you now, don't put money in this account. And I'm like, why? And the next thing he said was like, actually, my brother collected my phone. He used it to borrow money from that account, and he spent the money. So right now, there is bese in that account. So in other words, I just helped him pay that bese. And I'm like, oh God, please. 90 per liter. I paid bese. We just have a conversation. It's very, very serious, right? It paid me, but one way or the other, friendly fraud, right? Thinking, okay, this is my driver. My driver maybe is not so educated and the rest. Then another one. This person has been in this industry for 20 years. It's been within fintech space. So if there's anybody that should even know that a me fraudster, really, I'm sure if I'm asking so many people here, like those fraudster cannot catch me. Have you seen the new type of fraud now? They will call like your mother. There are AIs that would literally, all they need to do is hear me present, and then by the time I'm calling tomorrow, the AI would what's it called? Make my voice. You literally think I'm the one talking to you. So this guy sat down in the office and he was moody. My colleague and I went to me like, Oga, what's happening here? You're always very lively. Susan. Susan won't catch me. I like, what do you mean by won't catch me? He said, so he sat down and he got a message from his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law is outside Nigeria. And then his brother-in-law said like, please kindly transfer money to John, 200,000. My mobile app is not working well. I will transfer to you when my app is back up. Interestingly, because he was busy, this fraud always happens that time you are distracted and you're not busy, you're very busy, right? He automatically, without asking, without even confirming, are you sure? Are you the one there? I've never gotten this type of request before. His mind did not come up. He immediately moved the money, 200K in this Nigeria economy. He transferred it. And before you knew, we got a message, please kindly do not engage any fraudster. My account has been hacked. And guy like, cannot be hacked. Right? So the first question, like, but this guy's never asked you this type of question before. Why would you just transfer to that? That's called social engineering. And if you look at fraud right now, that is what is happening. In fact, as the last year, I was literally calling my parents every day. If anybody call you and tell you it's from a bank, if anybody call you that you should transfer, just tell them, call your daughter. Just tell them anything, don't worry, my daughter has my account, call your daughter. Because these days, the way fraudsters have gone, they've gone so smart that you would literally assume that they are light years ahead of us, right? So talking about fraud cannot be overemphasized. Because one way or the other, while I was busy telling this my story, we all can relate, because one way or the other, somebody beside us have been affected. We're all in microfinance banks. I can imagine, I know there was a video that was trending of a man that went to a bank, was almost naked. Why? Because the last money he had in his account was taken away. And these guys are not sleeping. In fact, they begin to have courts where they stay now to train people to defraud people. So the question then is, what are we going to do about it? We know we may not be able to eradicate it 100%, but we all have a role to be able to reduce it as much as possible. That's why it's very important in talking. I'm trying to bring that while you're designing that product, while you're designing that process, you must begin to look at the fraud risks. In what way can my customer be compromised? These customers have entrusted us with their money, right? And they expect that because they've entrusted you with their money, you should have necessary infrastructure, cybersecurity in place for you to be able to safeguard their money, right? So the way fintech is growing, we started from when we were in the era of coin, where it was Naira, right? When the whole payment journey started. What was the common fraud then? Armed robbers were coming to break into your house. Remember, sometimes, I don't know about IBADAN, but the way armed robbers were in our parent time versus armed robbers now, it's kind of reduced, right? Then they literally break into your house, right? That was in the era of coin. We moved into the era of check, right? In the era of check, what happened next? People started giving you dot checks, clone your checks to use your check. And then in the next payment era, what did we go to? Cards. Remember when cards started, we were doing magnetic stripe, right? That time you'll be sitting down in your house, somebody have cloned your data and using your card in Cyprus. I'm like, Cyprus, I'm here in Nigeria. Why? Because somebody has cloned your card, but then with card, we said, okay, we need to beat this fraudster. What next can we do? We went into chip and pin, right? Let our card be EMV certified. And technically, they may not be able to clone the chip, but interestingly, they will lure you to that ATM terminal, where they would, if that ATM terminal is not very secure, they look over your PIN. And once they look over your PIN, what else you have gotten your PIN, and then one way or the other, they have something that can trap your card. And once they trap your card, it is what? Over. You think that, they'll say, that the security man will say, Ogamalong, we will not give you. Maybe you go like this. They've gone to an agent location to use your card. Now, we are in the card-based era. You can see technology is moving. We are now in the what? Phone-based era, right? Right, in the phone-based era now, there are alternates to cards. Before, if you don't have cards and you go to the supermarkets, you cannot buy things, right? But now you hear your supermarket say, oh, sorry, pay me with transfer, NQR, use QR code to make payment for me and the rest, right? That's the way we are. In other words, fraudsters are beginning to think, how can I take over your mobile app? How can I take over your account so I can do what we draw? But then, now we're in the phone-based era, and I'm just wondering what next in payments. I think from my opinion, the next thing in payment maybe would be IoTs, Internet of Things, where even if I don't have my phone with my wristwatch that is tokenized, I can use it to make payment. I think that's the next thing in payment, I think, right? I'm thinking maybe it's when I'm with Tunji's glasses, and Tunji's glasses is already a mode of payment, right? That's another thing I think would be IoTs, where anything can be payments. Your wristwatch, your wedding ring, anything can be payments. I think that's the next phase of payment. And then, trust me, guess what? The fraudsters are also thinking, before you people get there, we will get there, right? So how then do we safeguard the entire ecosystem? During this presentation, I tried to get some basic statistics on fraud. And some of the things I got were quite shocking, right? Do you know that 93% of the fraudulent transactions that take place today actually take place online for banking transaction? Takes place online, right? Cyber attacks. Why? Because today we are in the age where everybody literally transfer. If you look at the e-payment data for last year, over 22 billion transactions were done. Were done last year, as against 16 billion that was done in 2021. So what that means that people are beginning to trust the mobile, trust electronic transfers more as a mode of payment, right? And most of these things are happening online real time. So that you have 93% of this fraud happening online is not news, right? The other news is the fact that I probably want to talk about is chargeback fraud. I don't know. I know I have MFBs and Fintech, and I think most of you can relate. The way chargeback fraud occurs is such that, unlike when you do transfer and you get a lot, somebody quickly come back, want to Jimmy Lowo. Chargeback fraud is affecting the institution itself. This chargeback fraud is such that you genuinely go and buy something from a supermarket. You would get value. But because they know that this MFB, you will not reconcile your accounts, they will now go and log it as chargeback and say the merchant did not give them money, right? So by the time they log it as chargeback, the merchant did not give them money, your operations team will now be telling you, Interswitch file, NIPS file, I cannot reconcile it. The time it takes them to reconcile and respond, because of the fact that to respond to chargeback, say 24 to 72 hours, they will not respond on time. It goes into system accepted. The other bank, that the customer's bank, then refunds the money. So in other words, customer has gotten value, he's gotten his money back. It's happening every day. So what do you do? These are the cogent questions we need to ask, because these are the things that are affecting us. And if we don't have proper fraud risk management and processes in place, trust me, before you catch up, it would have gone. So it takes at least 6 months for you to recognize your chargeback fraud. So to the MFBs, I'm saying you need to pay close attention to that, right? That's the one customer is doing. That's the one your staff will still do. In saying that, in just from four banks due to internal fraud from employees. In other words, since I'm in IBADAN, they said, I'm not a Yoruba girl, but they said, take a journey to Taole, what? Cannot come in to what's it called? In other words, most fraud always have internal connivance. And we see some statistics that I have to show you as regards internal connivance and external perpetrators, right? And then you also have the fact that for last year alone, about 35 billion fraud. Again, these are reported fraud. We attempted, but 14.3 billion was lost in 2022. These are fraud that are reported. Me and you, again, we are aware that not all frauds are reported, right? Sometimes we do not report this fraud because we feel like, if I report this fraud now, people will know. They will now not come and meet me again. So these are the fraud that we try to report, because this 14.3 billion is 35% of the fraud that happened in the industry. 65% still goes unreported, right? So these statistics are really out, right? And then the fact that 37% of most people fall prey to cyber attacks. Having said that, right? And again, another thing you need to know that I was trying to look at, I'm coming to IBADAN. Where does IBADAN people fall in? When you look at where frauds are happening per location, 70% of them in terms of value happen in Lagos. It's understandable. So Oyo people are very good. At least Oyo is like number 5. I think after Lagos is Abuja. Abuja is Edo. My people. Edo, from Edo. It happens to Edo. Then Oyo is number 5. So Oyo are relatively good people. So people are not really committing. They are not really committing so much fraud in Oyo. But again, why I'm bringing this staggering statistics is the fact that it's happening everywhere, and you need to really watch out for it. I talked about the fact that, and once this fraud happened, they usually would go to ATM and POS agents to withdraw cash. They would always, their preferred mode of doing fraud is going to withdraw cash, because you can't trail cash. If you go to a shop to use those money, they can trail you. But once you get cash, you really can't follow cash like that, right? And then I talked about social engineering. Social engineering is, because social engineering plays on human, right? It's and human psychology of trust and fear. It's somebody that you know that would do engineering for you to say, please give me your phone there. You give your phone innocently. Somebody going to use it to borrow money, right? Or somebody calls you and say, I'm calling from the bank. They say, if you don't give me your BVN now, we'll deactivate your account. Mama will be afraid. Mama will say, Egba. He will give it to them, right? Those things are happening every day. And if you'll be shocked when you see some staggering statistics on where on how, in terms of fraud and the techniques, that is social engineering is what is growing every day. Because how do you fight a fraud when you ask, Mama telephone pin, and phone pin? And I'll be like, how do you fight that type of fraud? Because genuinely you gave your fraud, but Mama is aggrieved. How do you get Mama's money back, right? So, in other words, in order to combat this type of fraud, you cannot overemphasize the importance of what? Fraud education. You must be calling every day. The way I said I was calling my parents literally every day to say, if they call you, it doesn't matter if they say they're from CBN, just say, talk to my daughter, right? In other words, we must do constant education to these people. If it takes you to send that mail, tell them and tell that text message every day. Please note, or no accounts with the bank asks you for your PIN, or no accounts with the bank asks you for... It's very important that we continue to send that message and educate the people that have entrusted us with their money so that we do not lose our customers, right? Then if you then look at fraud statistics around the industry, I tried to look at 5 different industries. And one of the things I saw that cut across those industries is the fact that cybercrime and customer-induced fraud kind of like occupies 70% of this industry, going all the way from manufacturing, from energy to government to financial institutions. In other words, we must pay attention to customer fraud. We must pay attention to what? Cyber crime, and it's very, very important. Yeah, I was saying that when I was researching and looking about this topic, the key note is the fact that I talked about collusion, right? And I talked about fraud and where it's happening from. It's quite shocking that in all this fraud conversation, only 43% are done by external perpetrators. 43%. 31% of this fraud are done by internal perpetrators. That is the people that know you, your employees. And then 26% are done collusion by both of them. In other words, if me and you, while we're doing while we're employing our staff, we are doing proper due diligence. We are carrying out background checks. We are saying, okay, that place that you left before, why did you leave? Not because the guy is good. Let me quickly steal him. You may just be stealing somebody that will steal you. So it's it's true. So it's very, very important that you do those checks so that, imagine if 31% is reduced to 5%. That means your internal, the connivance would also reduce. In other words, we would have successfully reduced 50% of the fraud that would have happened in the industry. So we have a big role. In other words, if I say cybercrime, like, this is not within my control, at least this is within our control. And why exactly? The question then is, why do people even commit fraud, right? Before I even get there, I was trying to look at some of the fraud cases. I talked about some basic story. According to NIB's report, right, as a last year of 2022, we had about 34 debit cards were tied to 5 HNI accounts. And that's 5 HNI accounts. A total of about 4.1 billion was withdrawn from those accounts. 34 cards, 5 accounts, 4. If you look at it from internal, external, in your mind, if you want to classify it, I'm sure our mind is already classifying this type of fraud, right? In other words, there's external, there's internal in this place, right? So imagine if there was really no internal. Maybe the attempt, at least maybe to have attached 34 cards to 5 HNI. Because it takes somebody inside to know that these accounts are HNI, right? Do you understand? So you begin to look at the impact of the roles everybody is currently playing, right? We also have the fact that 2 credentials of 2 staff were compromised. And because of that, they moved money from internal accounts. Again, all those internal GLs we are creating, please look at them very well. Those GLs, we need a GL, we need a GL. It is suspect, it is payable. Please, those suspects and payable GL, please, have somebody reconciling them every day. I can literally give you a live example in my former place where I used to work of how a colleague moved almost 100 million from its suspect's account. It was not reconcilable. By the time we discovered, it was coincidental, because reconciliation have been trying to reconcile the accounts. That guy will never go or leave. So we asked, no, this guy is very, he's working very hard. Whereas the guy working hard is working hard for himself and also what? For his pocket. So it's very, very important, right? When you begin to look at this, we all know the effect of fraud. It's alarming. It can literally wipe most people out of business. A negative customer experience, right? Sometimes I used to wonder, these people, do they have fear of God? How do you call an elderly woman that has less than how much in his account and you wipe it out? And you don't think that woman, when he goes outside and Yoruba will say, shake me, that will not catch you on your next generation, right? It will, right? So you can see the fact that customer experience, and once customers discover that you cannot even help them look for their money, they will move on because they know that, my money is not safe with you, right? Regulatory sanctions, most again by CBN, you must declare those losses that have happened, and then you have to have it in your annual report. People being like, regulation sanctions can come in. And the fact that even the investors that have potential to invest in your businesses can get discouraged and say, if you don't have proper fraud tools in place, how do I trust you with my investments that I would give with you? So we've all looked at it, but then what are the common types of fraud we need to watch out for? Right? There's so many frauds, but what are the common type of fraud? I talked about identity fraud. I already given you a very good example of identity fraud. Friendly fraud. People that know you, they collect your phone, they collect your mobile app, they can guess your birthday. For all of us that normally save our password as our birthday, you know, that was the day you tell me, today is my 60th birthday. I say, oh, this man was born 60th. You know, he was born 1978. I can automatically guess your password. So for all of us in this room, that are still using our birthday, right? Those are type of fraud that can easily happen by using identity fraud, right? The other one is processing fraud. Processing fraud is more of where the card system that you currently warehouse your card is attacked, or they're currently continuously attacking your being all the time. Those are card processing fraud. Then we have the chargeback fraud. I've talked about the chargeback fraud. The first chargeback fraud was when I said customer would go and withdraw cash and come back and tell you did not get cash, because he knows that you are too busy to respond to the fraud, to the fraud that has been raised on the system. After 24 hours, it goes into system accepted, they debit you and go. That's that one, that customer. There's the one for your employees we still do, where they logged 5 fraud, and then the 5 fraud comes, they credit the customer 3 fraud, the remaining 2 they will put in their own account. So you see, it's both ways though. There's what a customer will do to you, that you have taken money away, your ATM, you have lost cash. There's still the one that the employee we still do to make it double jeopardy. So it's very, very important that we watch out. And I'm going to give you 1 or 2 things we need to do, because again, it's good to reel out the statistics. But again, the question is, what then do we do to be able to prevent? What are the red flags we need to watch out for, so that before this thing happens, we can also be very conscious about it. Then we have about cyber attacks. How, again, cyber attacks, especially email compromise, where they're so smart. Interestingly, my name is Susan. My Susan is SUZAN, fashikpe@gmail.com. Then I discovered that whenever I tell people my email, they always tend to send it to, because they assume Susan should be spelled SUSAN. They always send it to SUSAN. And one day I just like, wait to Susan, somebody will soon clone me very soon. Do you know what? I just went back to open the same Susan SUSAN. So I have 2 Gmail accounts, the one that is with Z and the one that with S. Why? Because somebody could have opened the one with the S and send you a mail. Immediately sends you the mail about her, Susan Fashikpe now, right? But that Susan Fashikpe is actually not me. But because I'm very fraud conscious, I knew someone can clone that email address and automatically replace. I just automatically opened it so that we know that whether you send Susan, anyone, I would get it, right? So the same way business email compromise happen. It's just, they just pick one part of your name, take it out. They've opened an email that looks like yours, and then they will send that instruction and say, hi, as the chairman of the company, kindly move 1 billion from the internal accounts. Innocent person will move it, right? So that's how cyber attacks come. So that's the kind type of fraud that we have. The question is, why do people even commit fraud, Seth? Why? Again, we are in the world whereby I think I wanted to say in our Father's Days where if you do something, somebody will scold you and not commit fraud. Some of our leaders are part of our Father's Day, so we can't use that, right? So maybe what I would say is peer pressure. More than ever, the pressure these days to get rich is amazing. And you know that social media, when you go there and that somebody will put pancake and use filter, you think that person has arrived. He has not arrived. He's just using somebody's car to pose, right? So the pressure to want to belong, the pressure to say, my my classmate is already driving G-Wagon, I must drive G-Wagon. So that type of pressure, you put it upon yourself. Nobody puts it upon you. You put it upon yourself. And because of that, you start thinking of what's the best way. I was reading an article to say that, for example, there's a place in Ikorodu where, what's it called? They tutor people on how to live this life. You call it Yahoo Plus, right? They have a course whereby they will carry you together. They will tutor you how to do now trying to do something differently. These guys are very sharp. Let me teach you how to use tech properly. In other words, they are sitting to mentor people to become this. And because they want to belong, and the poverty in the land, again, I don't want to use poverty because if you want to steal, you will steal. But again, everybody will inch that it's because of poverty in the land. Another thing is the fact that financial pressure. Right, in Africa, where if you are the firstborn and you are doing well, everybody in your family, you are responsible for them. So the financial pressure on you to want to help your father, your mother, your sisters. Sometimes it puts you into debt because sometimes some of us are so empathetic that you cannot see your brother hungry. You literally go and borrow on their behalf. So that's financial pressure. So you begin to watch out for them. Is this my staff? Is he under any financial pressure? I know, again, is he under any financial pressure? How can I help before they help themselves, right? Another thing is rationalization. Have you ever seen, I was saying about my colleague that took money from the internal GL, and by the time they called the guy to internal control to be like, so why were you stealing the bank's money? The guy said it's not the bank's money. That it's not the bank's money. That he logs 5 chargebacks, he paid 3 out to the customer, and he took the remaining 2. The money was not supposed to be for the bank in the first, it belongs to other banks. Have you ever seen that type of rationalization before? He rationalized it. And if you look at it, he rationalized it. People will tell you, I'm doing it for a good sake. I'm doing it to go and feed the poor. You are stealing the money. The reason why most people even do Yahoo, they'll tell you that, after all, our leaders are doing it. Me too, we are doing it, but we are using it to help people. Our leaders are not helping people. That's what they're saying. So they rationalize fraud for you. And because they rationalize and they tell themselves it's good, they can never stop. Right? And then the last one is opportunity. There is nothing like I trust my staff. I trust my staff is not internal control. It's not. I trust my staff does not mean that you should not put proper processes in place. Again, most people do not want to steal, but when opportunity presents itself, they then find out that they have the innate ability to steal. I used to tell people that you don't know you're a thief until somebody gives you a bag of money that is not counted. And you actually, with your full chest, leave that place. And one cupboard did not miss. That's when you actually know you are not a thief. Why? Because you've been given opportunity. So sometimes, when we abuse some people, it's because we don't have opportunity to be there. Because if we are there, we'll literally do worse. So let's ensure that we do not give people opportunity to actually steal when we know that we can put processes in place to do them. Having known all these beautiful statistics and why people commit fraud, what are the red flags you need to watch out for, right? These things don't just happen. They happen at a particular time. You need to watch out for some basic red flags. In payments, what are the red flags you watch out for? To close, when you know you have shut down for the day on Friday night, he will rush out and meet you. Hey, Oga, please quickly sign this thing. The customer wants to move 5 billion. No, watch out. Because they know they would come to you off peak when your guard is down. It's very important that type of stuff is like, auntie, this customer did not die yesterday, will not die tomorrow. Let me open it. Let me sign when my eyes is open. Watch out for that type of person. You also watch out. I know we all want transactions, but suddenly somebody comes on your platform that has never done transaction with you and just want very big sum of money. I know you want transactions, but you must check out something is wrong. I remember as I've worked in a startup fintech before, we were just starting, and because we were just starting, we had big fintechs that were connecting to us because we're switching USSD, right? And then I said, the way human beings are is such that if you've never used a payment method before, you cannot just suddenly start doing big money. The way we are first, we first test 10 naira. Show law. If it did not go, it is when it goes, you now say, okay, it's working. That's the way human beings are. But suddenly, we're on the platform, we just see that people will just suddenly get a USSD code, and you just see transaction, 20,000 naira, back to back. In 10 seconds, in 10 minutes, they've done 5 transactions. And it was becoming a problem. We had to apply our street sense to say, you know what, while we know we want transactions, we just have to put some basic rules in place that If a customer has never done transaction before and he does for a second transaction, the third one, please block it. Go and tell the bank to call the customer to say, are you the one doing transactions? Those are the little security check you can even do before you start saying, there are fraud solutions today that can solve that for you, right? But if you don't have that fraud solution, at least let's start with the street sense first, right? So we're talking about urgent request overnight, urgent request. Oga, let's quickly do it. It's urgent. Look at it very well. Those are one of the red flags you should watch out for, right? Unusually large orders. This customer, this is your merchant that you know, sells recharge card. His recharge card, you know, it's too cost. Mobile data is 20,000. And suddenly, this customer that you know is selling data, suddenly has transaction of 300,000 naira. It's a red flag. What did this customer sell? Somebody just came and bought 300,000 naira airtime. Is he going to resell? Is he an wholesaler? You should ask questions. These things are red flags. Sometimes we tend to sweep them under the carpet. But these are the little things we can do to safeguard the entire ecosystem, right? Then we also talk about KYC. They'll say, for me, KYC. Somehow, KYC, you should just check this email. You know this email is wrong. You check the mobile number is wrong. Check, why would this person give you gibberish email addresses? Those are some of the red flags you need to check out for when it comes to payment. Then for card transactions, you just discover suddenly that lots of attempts on a particular card transactions. There's this customer that he's never traveled before, but suddenly you just see that so many attempts from abroad. It's enough red flag to say something is fundamentally wrong. Again, I understand the fact that we say, we need to be able to get people to sit down. I remember when I was starting my career, one of the things when I was in customer service, there's something we used to do called security checks. Security checks is we use our eyes to look at it as much of those transactions we are processing. Whenever transactions is happening and we look at a particular transaction, I will get a prompt. This customer, how can you be in US today? It's called zone hopping. We're in US right now. In 2 hours, transaction is happening in Cyprus. For you to travel from Cyprus to US, they are world apart. So how is it that within 2 hours, transaction is coming from 2 different places? They are flags. These flags are things you need to pick up to then say, you know what, deactivate this card temporarily, which is what we would do. And then call the customer. Mbo, are you the one? Maybe you could have gone there spiritually. How are you there? So that we'll be sure. Because and those little calls, those little calls kind of make the customer feel like, these people, they are so cool. Won't pay me. Do you know what's like when the bank's like, bank me, pay me. My bank called me. That ginger alone makes them feel like you have their back. And before anything happens, they are sure that you'll be there to cover them. And if things actually slip, they'll know it's a genuine mistake. So those are the little things I feel we can do to also help safeguard the ecosystem. Then the other one is the core banking fraud, which mostly is internal fraud, where we're talking about unusual inflow to staff accounts. Of course, we're not saying police your staff. Staff somewhere, right? But we're saying staff just gets unusual inflows. But they're smarter now. They will not even use your bank account. They'll use another account, right? Unusual inflows. And then you see suddenly an account that has been deactivated, that is dormant, suddenly gets activated. And then just suddenly just receive huge inflow. These accounts have been dormant for 6 months. How does a dormant account suddenly is activated overnight and huge inflow comes in? You should have basic prompts. Your internal control should pick it out and say, what's happening here, right? And then internal account. Maybe because I've worked in operations, so when I talk about internal account, I know what goes on in internal account. Internal account, internal GLs, it's very important. There is, for every transaction that happens in your payable, settlement is expected the next day. Or any transaction that happens in your receivable, settlement is expected the next day. If the settlement comes the next day, ensure that it is ticked out almost immediately. If there are exceptions, they should be giving you the exceptions to look at like this, so that as the settlement is coming, you are ticking them out. Do not get to the point where they tell you that GL is irreconcilable, because by the time it's irreconcilable, it's almost kind of too late. So you need to get people to really sit down to look at those internal accounts to be sure what they said is supposed to be there is what is actually supposed to be there. We talked about what are the red flags you should watch out for in employees living beyond your means, right? I know, again, for the one I talked about, the guy that I said took over 100 million, one of the things, the vibe he gave us when he came was like he was from a very rich family. So we assume because it was a rich family, so any money we see, because whenever they go to club, he was a junior staff. He literally will be paying for even our guys when they go to club. And we're like, don't worry, they have money. Whereas if we were sensitive he would have understood that even though if his parents was very rich, there's no how he would have been living beyond his means like that, right? So these are the red flags that we think you should, and then that particular staff that you think is working so hard, that refuse to take leave, tell him to take that leave. The company will not fall. Trust me. The company, it will not fall. You guys will only struggle for 1 day, 2 days. After 2 days, the new person will design his own process, and you will all be fine. So it's very important. Go back and say, for your sake, for your welfare and well-being, Oga, take that leave. Let's see what you have kept in that place. Do you understand? So it's very, very important. These are the red flags you should watch. Some have addiction problems. Some can drink. Just be sure that in all these vices they have is not kind of affecting you at the end of the day. Right? So the question is, having seen all the red flags, what do you need to do? You need to have a proper fraud governance. It's not a mistake whenever CBN says, before I give you approval in principle for your license, you must have basic people that will fill up your internal control. Sometimes we think those things are burdensome, like after all, I'm not still making money. Because by the time you make money, you don't want to start losing money almost immediately. So you need somebody to help you set up a proper fraud control, a proper fraud governance. Little things that I was just talking about. If transaction happen like this is what should happen. Set those rules for you. And everybody must abide by it. It does not matter if you're the MD of the company. Because if you set the right tone at the top, that you have zero tolerance for fraud, and you adhere to basic internal policies and principles that will safeguard your businesses, everybody will follow suit, because they know that from the top, you set the right tone. Right? It's very, very important. You need to have fraud education. I've talked about that. But again, I'll rehash it again. Fraud education is very important. Please send that text message to your madam. Again, another thing is, when we send this fraud information, sometimes we tend to send it in the language we understand, English. Sometimes I say the most effective way to communicate sometimes is through the people's dialects. Do jingles in Yoruba. Do it in the language they can relate to. Imagine a woman that loves to listen to Yoruba FM. Do it in the language they understand, so that by the time they understand it, it's very easy for them to say, no, bank, I should not release my PIN. It's very important that we have that proper fraud governance in place, right? I tried to talk about lots of preventive measures, but I'm running out of time already. But some of them I will call out is, how do you prevent? We are also in a world whereby we said that we have moved to the phone era, where there are lots of wallets being created. Today, you have a lot of wallet takeovers. You find out that when they steal money, when they move money from your account, go and check. Most of those money are going into your wallet account. They're going into wallet account. And before you can trace, they've taken from that wallet to another wallet. So we're saying, before you create that wallet, be sure that the person creating the wallet is the right person. Check that the person, when he's uploading when he wants to snap his picture, he's not just uploading one random picture. Let him do a selfie and check that he's the person. Check for aliveness, that is the person that is actually opening the account. By checking if the person is alive on camera, for you to capture effectively the person opening that account. Unusual inflows to your wallet or account. Do proper transaction monitoring. If a customer today gets 10,000 naira every, you just flag it and send a mail to your internal control. From the core banking, you can do that same alert. The same gateway that is using to send SMS to the customer, let it trigger a message to your internal control person to say, Susan always received 10,000, today he has 500,000. Okay, we're just calling you to confirm where is this money coming from. It's very, very important. Therefore, internal fraud, I talked about job rotation. Don't allow one person do one job for too long. We understand that sometimes we're in a midst where talent is scarce, and we want to be able to allow this person do one job because he understands it best. It's very important that you tell that person, do job rotation. Do this one today, somebody else take over, do it tomorrow. Constant job rotation is very important. It will help you safeguard fraud. Then implement multi-factor authentication. No one person should be able to start and finish a process. If somebody starts, there should be an authorizer and there should be there should be an initiator and an authorizer. It's very important. Those are the things you can help safeguard internal fraud. Then let me quickly talk about chargeback fraud. One of the things you should do is constant monitoring. Have somebody in charge of chargeback. Maybe the person doing your settlement should not be the one doing your chargeback. Or the person's job function is looking at chargeback. Chargeback has come in. Have I responded? Have I received the fraud? Have I received the money? Is there a pattern? Dedicated people on your chargeback team that can help you help safeguard you, and then collaborations amongst your peers and people around you. And then I also say penalties. I think one of the things why I think fraudsters are really thrived a lot in our environment is the fact that when it happens, we always tend to say, well, you let it go. So they always get away with it. Because again, I'm just trying to remember my colleague, the money he took, I'm not sure it was prosecuted like that. He's gone. But he has made the money. If you were to look back, somebody can actually decide to, after all, he got 100 million, he's built houses, he's done that. Let me do my own and go. But if this guy was properly prosecuted, and they saw that it was prosecuted and there was consequences, nobody want to try it again, right? So it's very important that we look at all of them. So again, in summary, in terms of fraud prevention, please set the right tone at the top. It's very, very, very important. Segregate your customers. Know your customers, what they are into. You could say this customer, this is what he does. This set of customers, they are low-risk customer. This is the type of transaction type they do. This merchant, this is who he is. In segregating them, it helps you quickly spot unusual flags when something is about to go wrong. Again, I said constant sensitization. And then you need a fraud tool. Because again, we are in the world whereby there's artificial intelligence. Say all the fraud I've been talking about is human being. Now, the fraud we now see again, beyond the fact that AI can make your voice, is the one whereby before when I want to do, when people want, not me, when they want to do fraud, one person will be sending fraud message to 500 people. Now, with AI, they can pick that same one fraud and send to 1 million people at the same time. In other words, for you to be able to, for you to be able to combat that type, you need to have a fraud tool that also have necessary artificial intelligence to be able to pick and spot this fraud as they happen automatically. In summary, okay, fine. Before I go into summary, of course, I'm done. But these are some of the fraud regulations today we have in Nigeria, right? Because I know we are from the regulated space, and CBN has done quite a lot, whereby they try to create policies that would help us fight most of the fraud trends, right? So you should probably want to refer to, what's it called? Circular on the establishment of fraud desk. It is compulsory from CBN that as a microfinance, as a fintech, you should have a fraud desk, right? That is monitoring solutions and tools. Just in case you don't have it, please have it. If not for anything, it has not happened now. At least try and protect the people that have entrusted you with money. Maybe one person can start first, but it's very important to have that small fraud desk of a 1 person or 2 person. They can double hat, right? Because we're probably trying to look at cost, right? They were also saying there's also a NIPS portal where you can report all fraud. The reason why you report these fraud cases is such that they can make informed decisions can be made, data can be collected to be able to see how they can streamline where fraud is coming from, right? There's BVN watch list. When you see a fraud happen, please go and mark that guy's BVN. Flag it. So that by the time that guy's BVN is flagged, before the fraud can happen, before if it goes to another institution, somebody else will be weary. Of course, we are helping the ecosystem. And if we all collectively don't safeguard the ecosystem, people would no longer trust payment and rather go and do their cash and be all right, right? So these are the various CBN regulations. And then fraud monitoring. CBN also said it's very important to have a fraud monitoring tool. So what tool are you using, right? It's very important that we begin to have that in place. So conclusively, I'm saying as financial institutions, as fintech, as we begin to innovate, fraudsters are innovating too, it's very, very important that you have proper fraud governance, proper risk processes that can help safeguard your business and the entire industry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Susan. Please don't go yet. Please, I would like to take 3 questions. 3 questions. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Well, I was listening to a program on radio. Oladakbo Ibikunle is my name, sorry. And the presenter was trying to educate the audience on fintech anyway. And he told them that whenever they try to withdraw cash from ATM and the ATM swallow their card, they should just block the card immediately before leaving that place. How true is that?
Very true.
Thank you.
It's very, 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 very important. Even further, what is expected is that the bank that the ATM card is retracted from, they are supposed to shred that ATM immediately. But again, considering the fact that we know that sometimes the fraudsters can have some devices they've embedded into the ATM. I know there was a law that immediately you embed something on the ATM to shut down immediately. But again, some have gotten smarter, right? So immediately your card is, what's it called, retracted. Please call your bank with immediate effect to block that card. It's very important. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Ibrahim Moridola. I'm the co-founder at Sonwo.io, where we actually offer escrow. So, and you talking about the whole fraud thing actually bring this question to my mind. And I'm talking specifically in the aspect of social seller fraud. You know, a lot of people actually leverage on social media platforms now to sell stuff online. And then we have, you know, cases whereby you already pay for a product and then you are just at home waiting for it and you don't see the product. You know, that is like a very clear case. No social engineering, just get your money and then. So my question is, why are popular fintechs not exploring the aspect of, you know, escrow service for things like that? So I see that we have this problem, but majority of the the big fintechs, they are not offering that particular service. Why? May I know?
Okay, so I hear you in terms of having escrow services, right? So the question is, for you to do an escrow service, to say, so take a typical example, you're a merchant, you sell goods, and you need your money like yesterday, right? We have even gone where merchants are no longer telling that they want T+1 settlement, they want instant settlement. So how do you tell a merchant that has sold the goods to say, I'm going to escrow your money first until you have delivered the goods before I would give you the money? It's good. It's a very laudable idea. We have so many escrow services, and I think some fintechs are trying to do it. But it's the success of it and how the acceptance of it that has been a problem, right? Because again, the good thing would be if you actually discover this merchant is a high-risk merchant, you should actually be telling the merchant that before I release goods, right, I would have an escrow account where your account will be escrowed. If after 7 days I do not get charged back, or after 2 days before I release your money, but trust me, that merchant will leave it to go to somewhere else. So except there is like I don't want to use the word regulatory backing or conscious efforts whereby everybody would then agree to say, if we have high-risk merchants, please escrow the money until the customer can confirm. And then again, it's also better to have such things like this on a blockchain where it is seamless. It's not like I will now be waiting for the person that's gone with my goods to start calling me to say, oh yeah, Motigba goods, release. Do you understand? So I think if it's properly automated end to end, right, and then both consumer and the merchant can see a value, I think it's something that can be explored. So I'll just say keep at it. With little by little, the acceptance will come because people really want to safeguard the environment. Thanks.
Good morning once again.
Yeah, good morning.
My name is Sunday Ogmuleye, ICT officer from Omie Microfinance Bank, Ekiti. Mine is like observation. In an environment that we have local customers and we have a group for them, a WhatsApp platform where we disseminate information to them. So I observed that recently there's another style of fraud that people just enter into your WhatsApp and then take over your WhatsApp and start sending messages to, even to the bank. Please, like I received one personally for one of our customers asking, please Sunday, kindly help me do this transfer. I'm kind of in an emergency. I said, okay, thank you. I was flowing with the person. I was flowing along and I realized that this is a fraud. So I called the person's main line. Said, it's not me, Miko, and all that. So I was able to dictate on time. So please, how can you advise us more on what to do to protect our customers' account and all that? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the comment, and I think so many people are very happy that you actually raised this question, right? I think once you create a group, one of the rules we set when you create a group is tell every participant to turn on 2FA. I know, again, they are local people. Maybe you can tell them to get their children or somebody to help them turn on 2FA because, again, thank God you were smart enough. It's just back to that same fraud I talked about where someone chats a friend of mine, say, move 200,000. and it moves. But thank God you were smart enough to know that there must be something wrong. Because really, if they do not turn on to FA, it will be very hard. Maybe the lesson again is, for such type of request, no matter how urgent it is, tell the person to make a voice call. Again, as what you've done is perfect. Call the person. Once the person calls, if you're not still comfortable, come to the branch. It's urgent. It's not very far. Since they are within the locality, those are the little things you can do. But can you help account take over with WhatsApp if there is no 2FA? You really cannot help it. But one of the things you said, the tone you should set for your staff is, please do not take any instruction that has financial impact using such medium. Because there's nothing that would, the customer will tell you, I didn't send you. And where exactly on the KYC, when they were filling instruction, they will tell you, do you want me to receive instruction by email or by, you didn't put WhatsApp there. So it's very important that you know that WhatsApp is not a good mode for financial communication. They must call, you must call, and they must, one way or the other, if you are still not convinced, tell them to come over to the branch for you to see them. It's very important.
Thank you very much, Susan. We have 2 more questions. However, so for me, sometime in June, I had a very interesting scenario. It was my birthday, and someone called me to say, oh, happy birthday. Please, I'm going to ask for your account number so that I can send you something small for your birthday. 1, it's not someone I know. 2, you say you're calling on behalf of someone I know. And while we're talking, you said, I just sent you 1 code. Just quickly check if you got the code. Did you get the code? Send me the code. In my mind, I said, me. 14 years in fintech industry. You're asking me to send code. So a lot of the time, and if I had done that, they would have either hacked my WhatsApp or my Facebook. So as much as possible, never, let me say it again, never give anybody any code that was sent to your phone, because they are just trying to either access any of your accounts. Are we together? So what did I say? Never give out any code. Never. Okay, number 4, 1 more. So once we're done with the questions, we'll have a 5 minutes leg break. We'll just maybe walk outside, take water, and stretch our legs.
Okay, good day. My name is Anthony Alika. I'm the membership lead for IEEE in University of Ibadan. And I'm IEEE is the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. So I'm also an aspiring artificial intelligence engineer. And I wanted to ask, like you've mentioned a lot of metrics and criteria that can be used to detect fraud. And you also briefly talked about artificial intelligence. Is this something that is currently like an industry standard, or is more like a work in progress in Nigeria specifically?
Okay, so artificial intelligence is a work in progress, right? Work in progress in the sense that day to day, because of the fact, I think after ChatGPT, there has been serious exploits and how people can use artificial intelligence, right? And so today you begin to find out even banks are getting very conscious in including artificial intelligence in some of their processes, right? You have robotics today that currently automate process today within the bank, right? So in the banking sector, it's not like 100% what's it called, being used, but in some of their critical recurring processes is something that is already happening. But today we already have fraud tools today within the Nigerian market that already has, that currently leverage on the capability of AI today. So it's something that within the fraud environment, the fraud tools we have today currently leverages on that capacity, on that capability today.
Thank you. My name is Ade. I've gotten some experience, nasty experience, where you use a USSD, you do transaction, and it would not be successful, it wouldn't show. But you see, after a while, a debit alert. And that means you do double transaction or triple transaction. Shouldn't there be a control where when you do a transaction once and there's a repeat, it logs you out? That's number 1. Number 2, you've been talking about individuals having to do fraud. How about the financial institutions themselves? I take myself, for example. I bought energy, IBADC. I was debited. I never got a token. I did another one. I never got a token. As I speak to you, there was no reversal for me. I was there. I complained. Oh, Oga, is the bank. I got to the bank. We will look into it. The third experience I have is I did an erroneous transaction. I went to my bank, between two banks. I went to my bank. I went to the extent of getting a court judgment. As I speak to you till now, there is no reversal for my transaction. And it's a financial institution. You can't say that people should not do transactions. But while you are doing transactions and you're having issues and you're complaining, and your bank says to you, is the other bank, and the bank says, oh, we've gone through processes. They even call the customer, and the customer says, I have instructed they should reverse your money back. But they never reverse my money back. What do we do in instance? And I'm not the only one that have got this experience. I know 1,000,001, 100,000 here, 1 million here, 10,000 here, add together. It's fraud on both sides. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. I think your question is very apt, right? It's more of dispense error. That's the word we would literally call it. So for the first one, where you talked about USSD. So for USSD, right, you know, is a session-based, is a text-based form of transaction you're doing, right? Once the transaction happened at first, because of the fact that we have lots of parties involved in a USSD transaction emanates from the telco to go straight to your financial institution, and then it calls an API to debit your account, and before you get success, maybe the session has timed out, right? So your financial institution, what's it called? Transaction is successful. Because he has gotten an instruction to say move money, they automatically debit your account and send it to the other beneficiary. But at the point where you're supposed to get successful, probably session has timed out and you didn't get successful message. So you try again. So at the point where you're trying, I know for some banks, right, once you try the same transaction, they will tell you that this transaction is duplicate. Should I stop it? For some banks have not gotten there yet, right? So once those type of dispense error happen, again, what should naturally happen would be for you to go to the bank, or if the bank has a email address, send them email or log so that they can log the case against the other bank, and hopefully the person will say transfer the money. But if after all that has been done, it has not been done, one of the things I like CBN is that there is a, maybe when we're done, I could check their customer complaints, where you can send a proper mail to CBN. And again, because CBN is our regulator, immediately we see CBN copied in a mail sometimes, the bank would literally almost act. So maybe we could talk about that, so you can explore that option. That's one. Now the second way, where you talked about energy. So for energy is a bit peculiar, for example, right? So the way energy is, so whenever you want to buy energy, right, the banks debits you and then send a message to IBD, to the, what's it called, to the disco to say, to do what? Retrieve the token, right? It is disco that takes that token, send it to the bank, or they send it directly to you, right? That's to the extent of what happened, right? So what happened when it comes to dispute resolution? Because of the fact that you're working with a disco, from the little experience I have is, unlike other dispute or chargeback where it is one merchant, or merchant respond within 24 hours, I can debit, or it's cash, you can check an ATM journal to check if cash was actually dispensed. For the disco, what I know most of the switch or banks do is they then pick that transaction and forward to the disco to confirm. Did you really send value to this person or not? Until you get permission from the disco, you may not be able to debit that disco account. So sometimes it could take quite a number of days for you to get it. But I think if the so two things. If the bank cannot release, means that they've credited discos already. And again, in line with the fact that it's a disco account, that account has been credited, a bank don't have a right to go and debit a disco account without permission or authority from them. So sometimes it's always easier once you've laid these complaints and then if the disco is saying, oh, actually I was not debited, if you have any mail, forward it to the bank. Again, if after you've done all this and they did not answer you, again, that's email address, customer complaints, put it there, copy 2 of them. Your money will show to a certain degree. I think it always works. Do you understand? So again, I totally when you say they're financial institutions. I get you, especially when it comes to dispenser. But I think every day we're trying to do everything to make the process better. Prior to now, it could take forever. But now you find out that if you log complaints to a certain degree, you tend to get your money within 5 to 7 days. I'm not saying that as we speak right now is 100% solved. But I believe that as financial institution begins to find ways to improve their processes, it will really become a thing of the past. So we're asking you, please trust the process. We will get there 100% very soon. Please do. Thank you.
All right, a big round of applause for Susan. So we'll just have a quick 5 minutes leg break. Let's stand up, walk around. There's water outside. Please don't leave. There's refreshment and gift for everyone at the end of it. If you also have questions, you can go behind. There are a couple of Interswitch staff behind that can take your questions. So 5 minutes leg break. We are back at 11:50. So there's water outside. For questions, you can go behind. We have Interswitch staff behind. Please don't go. We have gifts for everyone and also refreshments. Thank you. Okay, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Mutiu Olawale, the CEO of Hayat MFB. Is he here? Okay, welcome, sir. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Mike Nwelgu, CEO of Cellcore Limited. Please, can you stand up so they can see you? I would like to acknowledge Mrs. Olufunke Adetunji, the CEO of Hansbrough Limited. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Adebi Ayoade, MD UNAB MFB. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Allen Akimbolaji, CEO MVB Solutions. Is he here? I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Adeleke Sikiru Alaji. Okay, still outside. He's the MD of IBADAN MFB. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Benjamin Odegbemi, MD Catlan MFB. Okay, I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Adeleke again. He's the MD IBADAN MFB. Mr. Shegun Olarewaju, CEO DTech. Mr. Taufik Kobi, Civic MFB. I was going to say Prince Ade Ajibade, CEO Data Day. So I'd just quickly like to invite, so we have a panel session now. So I'd just like to invite, first I'd like to invite the host of the panel. It's no other person, but tell your neighbor it can be you. Tell your neighbor it can be you. You don't trust your neighbor. Is it that you don't trust your neighbor? Tell your neighbor it can be you. Is it that we're all doubting? You're afraid. Okay, please, I would like us to scan the code to learn more about Interswitch products and services, and also to know more and also get more details. So I'd like to invite Susan Fasikpe. She will be moderating the panel. Please, a big round of applause for her. So she's the head of retail payments in Interswitch. So I would also like to call the panelists. So I have Dr. Namdi Aina, is the director of IT for Grooming MFB. So he's an innovative banking professional, driving strategic initiatives for over 10 years in the MFI space. He's skilled at identifying business growth opportunities, developing and implementing business model, and has a track record for driving efficiency and improving business processes. Namdi holds a PhD in business administration with a focus in strategic management. He sits on the board of institutions across the information technology and health sector and Grooming MFI. He enjoys reading and cooking. A big round of applause for him. Please, when are you inviting me to come and test your culinary prowess?
I will invite you.
Thank you very much. The good thing is my wife is here also, so she can hear you. Okay, I also like to invite Olarewaju Adelano. He's the group head in charge of mobile financial services in Interswitch. So Lanre is a tech business and marketing communications expert of almost 2 decades. His deep passion for strategy, technology, communications, and marketing has been demonstrated in the multiple strides attained across his career and the recognition he garners within the tech and communication industry. Currently, in his role as the group head mobile financial services at Interswitch, He oversees a business portfolio spanning 14 African countries, providing mobile financial technology solutions directly to more than 20 million customers around Africa. With prior management experience across 3 of Africa's leading technology players at Cellular Nigeria as country business and marketing officer, as Sidmark Technologies as head of marketing and communication, and as System Spec as head of marketing, Lanre brings with him a wide array of experience in management, governance, business, and leadership. A vast public speaker and social commentator, Lanre invests his free time towards mentoring the youth and sharing his knowledge at different fora, including trainings, TEDx sessions, conferences, seminars, and summits. He's an alumnus of the Senior Management Program at the Lagos Business School. He received his master's degree in strategic marketing from the Metropolitan School of Business and Management, United Kingdom, and his first degree in political science is from Ogun State University, now Olabisi Onabanjo University in Agowe. A big round of applause for him again. I would like to invite the next person, the next panelist is the Chief Technology Officer for Consistent Trust Microfinance Bank. His name is Sheba Olaoluwa. Olaoluwa Isaiah Sheba is a seasoned professional with over 15 years of experience in the IT industry as the Director of Consistent Trust Microfinance Bank. Olaoluwa brings an array of accomplishments to the table. His networking prowess is exemplified by his extensive experience in orchestrating and maintaining hybrid networks between AWS, so that's Amazon Cloud, and on-premise environments. He has a solid track record of designing, building, and maintaining multi-account AWS Cloud Formation and Ansible. Olaoluwa's collaborative skills are evident in his cross-functional work with other teams and vendors for seamless change and patch management. His cloud acumen is highlighted through certifications like AWS Certified Cloud Architects, Professional and AWS Certified Solutions Architects, further substantiated by his application to diverse AWS Lambda, RDS, Route 53, and more. Olaoluwa is also well versed in managing network applications development efforts. So a big round of applause for him. So one of our panelists, Mr. Ayo, is a bit under the weather, so he won't be here today. But we have Mr. Innocent Itobore. So Mr. Innocent Itobore is, so there are many ways I describe him. So as he comes forward, so Mr. Innocent is an experienced, highly driven, innovative, creative, and energetic digital payment professional with over 14 years experience in electronic and digital payments, with a strong background in both finance and payments. So a big round of applause for him. Okay, so one more person, the last but not the least. I'd like to invite, so gender equality. Is it equality? Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to invite, so I also like to welcome MD of ECAS Payments. So I'd like to invite, next person on the panel is Ebere Anie. She's the regional sales team lead for the Southwest. Ebere has over 15 years of in-depth knowledge in optimizing people, systems, and processes to enable the success of organization strategy and operations, functional structure and disciplinary components, translating this to people, products, and project governance, committed to and presenting a coherent vision for culture and people operations, and communicating this to all levels of the organization. Ibere's career spans across the banking industry, managing HNIs and currently the Fintech digital space, where she's regional sales manager in the West, executing projects, conducting analysis of marketing needs, translating to products, penetrating new markets, managing key relationships across different economic sectors. She holds an executive MBA from the Business School of Netherlands. A big round of applause for her. So over to you, Susan. All right, thank you, everyone.
Can you all hear me? Hello, can you hear me now? All right, good afternoon. Yeah, it's afternoon. The last time I was speaking to you was morning. Good afternoon once again. It's a pleasure to have this team of distinguished panelists on the call, on their seats today. I think basically what we want to do is just have discussions, looking at what we are in the era where before, proud to now, the traditional banks literally assumed they were the almighty. Like, it's either me or me. There is no going back. But suddenly, some new kids on the block just start coming in, cashing on the youths, the Gen Zs, and the Generation Alpha, right? Some Generation Alpha start opening accounts, right? Start cashing in on Generation Alpha because they can speak their language and understand what they want. These Gen Zs, Generation Alpha, millennials, what are we still millennials? I'm not sure. Centurions, whatever that means, right? And now even trying to catch up, to even want to go and open accounts with these new guys. Why? Because they've brought in something different to banking. It's different from a point of sometimes maybe they're more efficient. Maybe they can easily relate with the people. Maybe they can give the things they can give out freely. So we'll literally be talking about what is the future of microfinance bank and traditional banks, considering the entrance of neobanks in our industry. So we'll be talking about more of exploring the future and possibility of neobanks. We've seen quite a number of neobanks, right? We would explain that later. That with just a tier 1 MFB license are doing magic within our sector today. So we'll be having detailed conversations with the panelists where we'll be talking about what technology are they leveraging, or do we think they're more efficient than the traditional banks? What are the one or two things we can take out from them for us to be able to also adapt to our system and then make us also very relevant within the ecosystem that we play in. So I want to say thank you and welcome once again to the panelists. I hope we're going to have a very engaging conversation, and by the end of the day, the audience would be able to take out one or two things: the technology they need to leverage on to grow their businesses, some strategies that they can employ for them to be able to speak to the needs of their customer as we journey through this ever-evolving technology. So I know I've been using the word neobanks, I'm talking about traditional banks. Some of these things are sometimes, some people even call it buzzwords, right? Let me start with Ebere, right? Just for the purpose of the people on the call, on the call and online and our audiences, right? What are neobanks really? How are they different really from traditional banks?
Thank you, Suzanne. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay. Hello?
Yeah, I think they can hear you now.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So new banks, the way we call it, so they are basically technology financial companies that, instead of just the normal traditional banks that we're used to, they are driven by technology. They are digital. They don't have the usual brick and mortar, right? They don't have offices per se. So basically, they run their business via mobile banking, or via their websites. They are virtual, more or less. So when you talk about new banking, they are digitally driven. These days we see things like, we see organizations like OPay, the way you just use your account number to just, open an account. They don't really have...
Innocent, right? So how do you think they're different from... I know Iberia said the fact that they really do not have physical structures. They are mostly online. Do you think there are other differentiating factors between the traditional banks and the new banks today?
Thank you. Yes, there is, or there are better still. So for the new banks, the fact that they ride on technology pretty much eliminates, take out the limitation of barriers in accessing markets. If you look at it from the traditional banking system, it has worked over time, but looking backwards, say a decade now, you would realize that digital financial services is gaining so much in the market, and we have seen that growth over time. So I would say that the new banks are actually gaining the market more compared to the traditional banking practice, which is one of the...
Thank you very, very much. You said they are gaining the market, yet they are online. Nigeria has low trust. How come suddenly they can trust neobanks that where they literally cannot walk into? Right? What are they doing differently in serving their customers that traditional banks you think are probably not doing well, or they are doing, but neobanks seems to have gotten it better?
I'll just use one word: convenience. And so I would like to talk about it like this. So, and like they've rightly said, they are technology driven. But these technologies have been there. And we have the commercial bank, the big boys, they had the technology, and all of a sudden you realize that there's this new bank that allows a customer to open an account online. And then is the efficient use of that technology, how to allocate those resources, that has differentiated the new banks from the commercial banks. So these guys look at it and say, oh, how can we make it more convenient for this customer? You don't have to come over to my bank to open an account. You can actually do this online. So it's a matter of convenience, and anywhere you give customers something that is more convenient, there's the likelihood that the customer is going to adopt that. So I'll just use it in one word: convenience.
Oh, thank you very much, right? I hope from the audience, one of the things they said new banks are doing well is convenience, right? So the question you should be asking yourself is, in my current processes right now, how am I making life very convenient for my customers? I think is one of the things you should take out from this place. I need to make life convenient so that I can get more people, right, to come on board, right? I would ask you, Mr. Shalua, do you want to add a bit more to that in terms of what are they doing differently to serve their customers?
Good afternoon, Susan.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. So, yeah, convenience is one of them, but one other thing that I find fascinating is the fact that these fintechs are not, these neobanks, folks, are not doing anything differently. They are just using the existing banking infrastructure, banking system, and engaging the customers. So, like you rightly said, young people adopt this new banking better because these fintechs can relate to these young people. For example, my dad is still afraid of using all these online apps, all these mobile apps, because he feels that how are you going to have bank on your phone? It's not going to work. So apart from convenience, transaction fees are lower because fintechs or neobanks are using technology to do the work of like 4 or 5 people.
Yeah.
So, and it comes at a cheaper cost to them. So those are passed to their customer. So that's just what I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Isholua. That's well said. Again, is one of the things I take out from this conversation is outside convenience, there is also pricing. They can speak the language of the people. So we may be microfinance or fintech here. What products, right? The beauty I think the audience have today is you can actually develop different class of product that can speak to either the old, the young, or whatever sector of the divide you want to speak to. So the question is, what product are you developing? Are you just developing only for your locality, or you think you can have product people that can actually develop products, right, that can speak to the needs of the generation of consumers that are actually banking with the neobank. So Larry, just a quick one, right? I know we've talked about differentiation, who the neobanks are, right? So the other question I probably want to ask you is, how are they challenging the status quo today in the microfinance bank? We know today, traditionally, microfinance bank are tiered. They are into national, state, tier 1, tier 2. But then, these neobanks, all they literally have is either they're having one MMO license or MFB license. And yet, they've been able to take themselves out of, I'm just an MFB. How do you think they're challenging that status quo today?
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon again. I think that new word is just a buzzword. Na moi moi, okay? I'm serious. I needed to confirm again what's the source of the word. That new word is from Greek language. It simply means new. Now, if you checked it, new banks are not necessarily new because they are doing something new. They are new because they are recent. It's like yourself and your child, okay? Now, the first thing about new banks is that they are newer. Now, what led them into this old neobank buzz is because it's clear to them that in competitive strategy, you are never going to compete with traditional banks. Mr. Olaoluwa, right? Just look at me and Mr. Olaoluwa. If we're going to compete, if they said, if you and Mr. Olaoluwa have to fight and get 2 million, the person who wins, it is clear that it's going to flog me, right? So I have to find another way to win it. So neobanks, or the whole concept of neobank, is simply a strategy to say that if you are going to go into banking and you have to compete in the banking space, you're never going to compete effectively with the traditional banks. So clearly, they have to define how else do we play banking in a much more different way that wins us customers. And that's where the whole concept of, technology, pricing, convenience, whatever, right? Let's start from there. Is a competitive strategy. The first thing. But you now asked, what is it that they're doing that is allowing them to make waves? If you think about it, and you checked Google, and I did some time doing that just yesterday, you would find that every bank that calls themselves neobank, I'm not even sure they call themselves, we're the one who call them. I'm not sure they say, what they call themselves are we're digital banks, right? What you will find is that every bank that calls themselves digital bank is actually a microfinance bank. In fact, if you noticed anything, in 2020, when they started being buzzy, during the height of COVID, all of them removed MFB from their names. Yeah. We shouldn't talk about it publicly. I suspect 1 or 2 of them is in the room. And all of them started having one name brands. There's no one of them that just read. If I mention it now, this event is broadcasted. But what they realize in the whole world of competitive strategy is that first, from a license regime perspective, you have to be an MFB. But if you deployed enough technology, if you brand just as well as you can, if you played well in the retail space, deploying enough technology to win customers, you are going to stand out. And in any case, all of them call themselves neobanks, digital bank, fintechs. At the core of it, they're still MFBs. They've understood that if you want to win in the retail space, you offer convenience, very well so. You deploy technology like you can. You quickly scale and get enough partners and investors. You stand out enough to get the kind of attention that you want. That's what I see. They are not significantly different from the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry, for taking us to the Greek Empire to let us understand. You took us to the Greek Empire where we talked about what new really means new, right? They have to do something really different. And you talked about the fact that they leverage on technology a whole lot to grow their businesses. Some of this technology, one way or the other, we have partnered with them in the Interswitch where we sell some of this technology to them, and they've been able to grow and scale their businesses, right? And we would talk more about that as time goes on, right? So I haven't spoken about neobanks. They sell convenience, they sell, they give that customer the feel that I hear you and I'm giving you personalized banking, right? The question to I'll say, start from Dr. Unamdi, would be, how do you think traditional MFBs, right, can tap into the neobank play? Again, Larry says something very fundamental. At the heart of it, there's a tier 1, tier 2, or a state MFB license behind it, right? How then do you grow beyond just where you are, I'm okay just where I am, to just leveraging on technology to grow? How do you think the MFBs can tap into their play today?
Thank you. Just this morning, I was just sharing with a colleague, and I said, I'll use the example of my institution. When we started, we had the traditional idea to go the traditional way and have the brick and mortar and do all of that. And it takes a lot to talk to customer and say a lot of stuff to the customer. And when we saw what the other guys were doing, we decided to go digital. And guess what? I mean, I was just sharing with him. I spoke to Allah about that, and I said, if someone had said to me before we started that we could run transactions over 1 billion every day, I'd probably say, nah, that won't happen. So now, what that shows is that when we are able to embrace technology, it kind of gives us, why you be a unit MFB in one place, but remember the technology is not a unit technology. The technology is all over. So that means that you have people that can connect from every part of Nigeria. So that's giving us an edge. And that means that as you look forward, what these new banks have done is just, I'll call them pathfinders. They've just shown us the way to approach it, the way to go. And they have provided that avenue. And now you can look back and say, you know what, that thing that commercial bank is doing, I can actually do it. Once I just, again, having partners with like Interswitch, and that's a very key thing. You made mention of that. Tunji made mention of that. Collaboration. With the right collaboration, I think that the MFBs can reach out and maybe at some point start doing regional transactions, across Africa.
Yeah, thank you very much. He said two things. He said collaboration, he said technology, right? We need to start learning to think beyond, I'm just okay where I am. In the internet, there is no tier 1, tier 2. It is borderless, right? So I may have one tier 1 that says I have only one branch and I have one head office, right? But up there is no head office. It's a whole world out there. So he's saying leverage on technology and leverage on partnership. And thank you for telling us we've partnered with you to help achieve that dream. I hope the other people are listening, that we can also help partner with you to help you achieve that dream. Innocent, do you want to add 1 or 2 things to that?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you, Susan. So, brilliantly, they've touched on a number of key points as regards the advantage the neobank brings to the market. I would like to add 2 more. 1, cost management. 2, reach, in terms of customer reach. If you look at the structure of the neobank, the major investment is on the technology. And it is, in accounting, you take that as a sunk cost. Afterwards, it is all about reaching the market. The marketing principle of push and pull, targeted marketing, at the convenience without necessarily investing on physical structure, having too many workforces to drive your service delivery process. So as a microfinance bank, in this era, and you mentioned earlier the Gen Z, and of course our children, they're also coming to join, it will also surprise you that beyond the millennials, we also have the baby boomers. They're also playing in that space. I'll share an experience. I was also carrying out some research days back, and I decided to call one of the microfinance bank in Oyo State here. Again, I was opportunity to work with a number of them way back. And just normal conversation, I asked, what's your transaction like today? And he said, we process about 50 to 100 transactions a month. And looking at the small community where they play, he feels, yes, that's a good one. And I mean, usually transaction hovers between 50 and 100, and that has been very consistent. So to him, that's his definition of, I'm on top of this market. I now told him, I said, can you do a bit of findings and check other aspects? Because we know that the digital environment is expanding exponentially. Can you touch base with some of your customers and get a feel of what they are doing? Just yesterday I called back. He said in Yoruba, "Want to buy jalo meal," and we laughed. So what was he trying to say? He realized that the woman he gives loan to, say a 50,000 every month, is also assessing loan on one of the neobanks. All right? Now, he feels, oh, okay, then they are okay with the traditional banking, but that is not true because they have children, they have relatives that are able to walk them through the SSD, process of requesting for a loan. So, what he sees as the opportunity in that market, in actual sense, is not. Because one neobank somewhere in Lagos or even in Abuja is already taking part of your market. And if you don't pivot on time, and also begin to look the route of delivering your financial services via digital rail, technology rail, in no distance time, you begin to lose the market completely. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Innocent. I like the example you gave, and I'm sure so many of us, so many people in the room can relate to that. How you think your definition of success is that I have 200 and I'm fine, whereas all you just need to do is do one extra push, and you can get a whole lot more. But let me come to Mr. Olaoluwa quickly, right? We talked about technology, right? What role, again, is technology and data analytics and data analytics? What role can they play today to help the MFBs disrupt the market?
Thank you. So, for me, I think MFBs, all MFBs should invest in technology. So, number one, like you rightly said, you can be a local champion, not knowing that you can be a national or global champion, right? So I'll give you our own example. When we started, we realized that, okay, what can we do? We're doing brick and mortar, right? And 2 years ago, we decided to just explore this technological space, right? So we developed our application, we did all of that, and we decided to expose some of our API to another fintech. And we quickly realized that they were doing 100 times our transaction. 100 times. It was astronomical. Then we decided to now go fully digital. And ever since we did that, things have changed drastically. So I think for me, all you have to do is just invest more in technology, and then things will be good for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olaoluwa, right? I like the fact that you said something about collaboration, right? It's also very important that you collaborate. I liked the fact that you didn't hold back to say, oh, this fintech, they will come and collect my money. Partnership more than ever. We've had banks that are new, commercial banks, and one of the things that allow them to scroll is such partnership. So begin to explore such partnership. You need to begin to have platform today. In Interswitch, we have like our bank as a service platform that allows you to create GL entries, and those GL entries, you can also have APIs that you can use to partner with fintechs that have the customers, that have the Gen Z, and can make you grow. We have platforms like Payment as a Service that can help you issue your cards, allows you to power your ATM, that allows you to do plenty other things without you having to have this infrastructure on-prem. There are shared services everywhere, right? You also have like reconciliation as a service. So many as a service conversation. I'll probably even allow Larry to add one of those things. What are some of this shared infrastructure, that technologies that you think MFBs can leverage on to grow their business? Whether we like it or not, it's okay to say invest in technology. But again, they have lean budgets, right? We can't, in as much as they want to grow like the new bank, we understand some of them get seed funds, right? And they may not be able to buy some of these things in dollars like they do. But we do realize that there are shared infrastructure where they really do not need to invest so much. But they can literally do everything a neobank and a traditional bank would do. Do you think you have an idea of such services that they can leverage on today? Thanks.
All right, Susan, thanks. I mean, the way we were all sounding, it appeared to me like, you know, like they say in my tribe, the guy that we rely on is the guy who is not in the room. You know, so all of us are talking about new banks, like they're out there, you know, like if they ask you, why did you steal that? You say it's the devil, because the devil is not in the room. I mean, let's bring them into the room, right? Because some of them are actually our partners. They work with us today to have scaled their business, okay? And it's good that we share some of the learnings that we have. I mean, one of the things that is maybe the most critical when we talk about deploying technology is that they've broken the rule of thumb of what channels mean to banking. Up until recently, what people knew as banking was bank branches. People had to go to bank branch to bank. And if you remember, I mean, if you were, I met one of my ogas, I mean, when I was being introduced. So he was asking me, when did you graduate? And I was proudly telling him I left the university 19 years ago. And he said he did his master's about 30 years ago. So I'm like, okay. But let's talk about what banking meant, okay? In the 90s and maybe earlier, banking was tally number. I'm sure you remember. I was not fortunate enough to be as old as some of you. So, sorry, I can imagine it was difficult. But in my time, banking meant you had to go into the banking hall. Now, imagine if you remembered the banking consolidation of 2003. Can you remember? So Ludo, banking no be Ludo. Remember those drama? Where from 89 banks, we consolidated into 25 banks. If you remember the big banks then, they used to compete. There was a bank in Nigeria that had 7. I'm not going to mention it because they're my customer. There was another one who had 500 branches. Now imagine what it takes to put up 700 branches. Branch manager, generator manager, sweeper, the person who will put on the light. It was extremely expensive, but it was necessary because that was the only way you were going to reach the different nooks and canaries of Nigeria. So the first thing that neobanks or the newer banks did was to break down the whole concept of channels. How would you reach my banks? You don't need a branch. Reach me through digital channels. So some of the banks, they quickly rolled out mobile banking. Some other banks rolled out internet banking, which I know you guys are very strong on. And I'm glad to hear you are doing billions. You'll be my customer, eh? And so, for us at Interswitch, and I don't want to act like I'm responding because I want to sell. I mean, not just of the leading partners out there, they're able to offer you mobile banking as a shared service. Now, why is this important? Because for you to put together maybe the most compelling mobile banking infrastructure, you'll be spending a couple of tens of millions, 40, 50, 60 million. Not every bank can afford. Some of the fintechs like Interswitch, I'm proud to say Interswitch, but next to no investment. So yes, channels, big deal. Beyond channels, infrastructure itself. If you are newly setting up a bank, the most important requirement you would have is what is called core banking. I mean, forget the big name. Just think about the English meaning of core banking. The core, the brain. Without core banking, you don't have a bank. Okay? And in everyday language, to acquire core banking, set it up, customize it for your use, it's going to take not just a lot of money, a lot of time. Most small banks are small for a reason. They are agile. You know, like they say, one of the benefits of being like that, they don't have a lot of options. They want to go quick. But where are they going to get 60 million from? Where are they going to get 6 months to implement? And so what you'll find is, again, I'm proud to say, with partners like Interswitch and other partners, you can readily be onboarded and then you are good to go. But beyond core banking and channels, is quite a ton of technology infrastructure that drives banking. What makes banks really competitive is not because of fancy names. Think about it. Give yourself a fancy name. Now, there you go, still there now. Names is not what does it for them. And everybody talks about technology. It's not because you have the most fanciful apps. It's the back office infrastructure that really, truly makes your operations digital. I'll end with this. The real difference between digital banks and traditional banks is not because they have mobile banking apps. If you looked around, all the traditional banks not only have mobile banking apps, they actually have more people on their apps than the new banks. Are you aware? Just think about it. You know, all of us, when we say, oh, digital banks, they have mobile apps. The biggest mobile apps, I'm proud to say I'm the one who support many of the leading banks. They have the bigger mobile apps.
what distinguishes digital banks from the traditional banks is the level and scale of digitization in their back office. So when you are requesting things like checks, when you want to activate a card, when you want to process a request, when you want to ask for this and that, nobody is pushing around papers. All of those back office things are digitized. Payment, data, processes. And so my ask would be that for all of those things that are critical, payments, for example, data, for example, processes, for example, fraud, like she talked about. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Larry. Right, let me go straight to Iberi. Right, Larry has said quite a number of things. The fact that yes, technology is good. We do recognize the fact that it can be capex. It can be very capital intensive. Right, you can always leverage on shared services, technology in the cloud. What do you think are the key drivers behind the growth of this new bank, and what does the future hold for this industry?
Okay, thank you, Susan. So I'm going to ride on what Larry just mentioned, and others have also mentioned collaboration. But apart from collaboration, inclusivity, is very key when you're talking about digitization, neobanks, the way we know it today. So it's not just, okay, I have to wait until whenever I get to my particular bank, I can do whatever I want to do online now. I can, with the right technology, my customer can be in Abeokuta, can be in Kafanchan, and can do transfers, I can do USSD, I can send payments, and things like that. I can even, okay, let me come to what we know today as buy now, pay later, right? That is also beginning to take hold, right? So the technology behind it, when you mentioned earlier data analytics, right? These new banks, these recent banks, they are with the right technology that they've adopted. You see that they can now offer more to their customers. For them to be able to even offer those loans on the go, the way we see these days, data drives those things. So most times they have to also key into that vision that I'm not going to just be, like he said, the local champion. I'm doing so well, I'm comfortable where I am, and you'll be left behind. I was having a conversation with Dr. Namdi the other day, and we were talking about, reconciliation, funny enough. When you were presenting earlier, Susan, you spoke about fraud and, all the things around it. You made mention of the guy that refuses to go on leave. When these banks, when these new banks, when these recent banks, when these digitized banks, you key into this technology we have today, Interswitch, shared services, we have what we call security as a service, right? Those things will drive growth with our customers, with these new banks. So keying into these particular products will really help grow their organizations beyond just being local champion.
All right, thank you very much, Iberi, right? Innocent, can you probably help me? What are some of these innovative features that you currently see today within the new banking industry space? What that are currently bringing to the table today? What are some of the innovative features? Maybe at least our audience can take away one or two things, or like you go to their mobile banking app. What makes it different from the one of the traditional bank? What are those new innovative features that some of them are bringing to fore? Maybe our audience can take one or two out of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. So in addressing that question, I would like to take it from a lending perspective. Okay, we talked a lot of insight has been shared today. In fact, before I even answer the question, I would like to say already a popular parable, which is two cannot work together except they agree. And this is not the first time we are bringing information like this to you, which is insight from what we see in the industry in Nigeria, across Africa, and of course, beyond. All right? And I know a lot of financial institutions, which also cuts across microfinance bank, management or top players are seated here today. If you're not playing digitally, you are unlikely to be able to remain very relevant in the industry as we advance this, and that's the gospel truth. You know, they'll say either you innovate or you die. All right? And as the Gen Z, okay, and the, what's the other generation after Gen Z?
Generation Alpha.
Yes, Generation Alpha, they begin to grow. The question is, are you still able to adapt in that environment and still be able to keep the business running? I don't think so. Let's even take Andy. For instance, look at Oyo State. Oyo State is one of the biggest states in Nigeria. As a bank, if you have 50% of the population in Oyo State shipping into your bank, do you think that is sustainable in actual sense? It is not. Technology has come and it has inspired the way people desire to buy, to interact, to enjoy services today. The earlier you start aligning, the better. And I know one of the critical areas of concern for a lot of banks is the fact that, hey, the infrastructure is expensive. Two, how do I manage that cost as a bank? Okay. And one of other area is data, because the reason why you lend to your small market environment, you know Mamarisi, you know Mr. Taju, you have data on them. So if a platform that provide that infrastructure, provide data that help you make informed credit decision is presented to you, that's taking care of most of your worries. The question is, can we have a mental shift to take that step and begin with our immediate market? I think a number of us want to say, collection. How do you collect today? Test with your immediate market. So the new bank, what they have brought, a lot has been taught. Convenience, quick access to loan. And like I mentioned earlier, technology has changed the way consumer think. That's inspired and behavioral pattern that we see today is that within the e space, the growth is astronomical. And if you still think the traditional way would work, it will not. To be honest with you. So the new bank, they render the various financial services using lending as a service. The USSD platform is quite effective for, you know, growing your loan business. Those days when we're growing up, your mother will tell you, my sister owns the touch shop down the road. So whenever she tells you to buy an item she sells, you can't go to the other persons and buy it because it's sentimental. My sister, my family, I must go. I can tell you with technology today, your son, even if you have a bank, your son could take a loan from a new bank without you knowing because it's convenient. He's somewhere, he sees an opportunity. He cannot go back and come to your branch and start filling documents. He punches some code, he gets the money, he takes advantage there and then. This is the reality today, and this is also what the large extent drive the future. The earlier we start aligning and also begin to take advantage like the new bank, it will open up the market to us in terms of reach. It will help you compete effectively and also scale as a business.
All right, thank you very much. I like the fact where you said one of the features is quick access to loan. They have access to credit scoring data the same way you do. It's just that the difference is that they can call one or two quick APIs and make informed decision almost immediately and give loan to that guy. But I think for some of us, we still have to sit there and say, Ibolotiwa, where is your grandmother's name? Those information, they already have a source somewhere and they can get those information off your phone. So they make those type of quick decisions, right? Yeah, I haven't talked about the neobanks and how it's very important to deploy technology. There's something I talked about a few minutes ago. I first want to ask Mr. Olaoluwa, right? Cybersecurity, cybercrime, right? With the advent of new technology, with the advent of new innovations and new products we have there, you know that the fraudsters are not sleeping, right? How do you think leveraging technology that you currently use to grow your business now, how are you really combating fraud and cybercrime within the space?
Yeah. So for us, we are heavily technology driven. So within our ecosystem, we have a fraud engine, right? So it monitors, like you mentioned earlier, it monitors all the transactions. If it sees something out of place, it knows that there's an anomaly right there, and it either blocks the transaction, and then maybe a human person would have to go in there and verify that, oh, this was. So mentioned this in the old days with traditional banks or with how they used to bank in the old days, this might take days to detect, even months. And like you said, when it's buried in the GL, you will never know. until the person is gone to Canada. So, so it's quite important. Like we said, we do not have, there's a barrier to entry for microfinance bank because we don't have the kind of funds these DMBs have. So we have to use the resources we have, and in my own opinion, what we have is the technology. So we use technology to solve some of these key fraud issues, before it gets problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laolua. You said you've employed the use of fraud tools to be able to fight. Dr. Namdi, do you want to add one or two things to it? I would like to hear from you. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. So just to mention first is that the issue of cybersecurity and cybercrime is not going to disappear.
Never.
Because for these guys, that's their livelihood, source of livelihood. So they would always make those attempts. But like you said, while you have, like in the movies, the superhero, while you have the villains trying to do, you also have the superheroes also working behind to make sure that they always stop them. And that's why for us in particular, I'm glad that Ebere had mentioned it. We had this discussion some few days ago. So I'll bring it home. So the very moment we realized that our daily transaction, we saw an uptick. We realized quickly, hey guys, if you don't start planning and working on something, you will start having these challenges. And then again, partnering with Interswitch to have a solution that will be able to help us detect those frauds on the transactions. And not just the transaction, whether you do it on the GL or your card or your mobile, anyhow you do the transaction, you should be able to detect it. So the core focus is also creating the awareness. Not just, and I like what you did, what you shared here, and I said to you, it was really nice. So also create the awareness to realize you don't have to wait till you get defrauded before you actually adopt these solutions. So these are things you need to adopt first and then wait. Just like we see in the movies, the superhero, we have to actually train first before you now expect the clash with the bad guy.
I like this example a lot, right? The superhero and the villain, right? So we are saying get technology so that you can blow, as we say in this age, right? It's very important that we begin to build superheroes that can fight that villain. And we are saying get a fraud tool, get a fraud solutions that can help you fight the villain, artificial intelligence for artificial intelligence. In whatever way or pattern they come, you give it to them, right? So you need to be able to safeguard and protect the ecosystem by solutions, putting processes in place to help you grow while you're trying to adapt to technology. So I think this question will be for everyone as we close, right? Having talked about neobanks, what the MFBs should do, I believe they've to pick one or two things that they can take back home. What are the opportunities and trends you see within the space? Let me start with, okay, Larry, then Larry, I would go back and I will continue. Larry, please.
Okay. I think the lowest hanging fruit is behavioral and psychological. Okay? And I say that because a lot of the time, as people, as organization, as institution, we think that the difference between here and there, and by there I mean where you want to get, is significant. You don't know how to start. I think that for many of us, the biggest shift in our organization's evolution is just leaving this event with, we can do this. I mean, Grooming said they did it. Mr. Lalua said they did it. We can do this. So what do we need to do? I think that's the first. The second is, I was just thinking when Dr. Namde was speaking, has anybody thought about what truly happens if all the 1,000 microfinance banks deploy technology? Have we thought about it? And I think that in somebody's mind, people are like that. So what happens if all of us have mobile apps? Who are we going to be banking to? What happens if we all have fraud tools? You know? And what distinguishes you is something called competitive strategy. I mean, everybody assumes that immediately you deploy the technology, volume will just start to grow. Magic will just start to happen. It's not always like that. More likely than not, technology enables something. We in technology will call it enabler. And so I think that we shouldn't forget that fundamental background work of figuring out business, because it is a business that's figured out that technology can help advance. The third one, and maybe that's where I'm going to stop, is besides the big dreams and the psychological shift, is what we call in technology, what are the low-hanging fruit or milestones that you can start with. Okay? What we in Interswitch and many of the leading technology companies say is you don't have to acquire. And some of the biggest things you can acquire today is the processing capability for an MFB that's maybe 500 million. I mean, nobody's going to invest that. The truth is, no matter what you want to digitize, the journey of moving from traditional everyday brick and mortar banking to new digital bank is called digital transformation journey. And for many organizations, it's a lifelong journey. You're not going to start today and stop tomorrow. So you ask yourself, what should we start with? Anything you would like to start with, I can bet you there's a shared service out there. So you don't have to acquire. There's something you can start with. And even if you don't know what to do, there are people like Susan. That's why we pay her the humongous salary we pay her. You can just give her a call, send her an email, ask her to sit with you for 30 minutes or an hour to advise you in this journey of transformation. What should you be starting with? How should you be looking at it? You'll find that less than you imagine, much more easier than you once thought of. You can digitally transform and you can grow just like Mr. Olaoluwa. And then we can have all his hairstyle and just look cool, all right?
Thank you very much, Larry. That humongous, we'll take it outside this meeting, right? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Olaoluwa, what trend should we watch out for? And what's that one, if you were to leave as a parting shot, what's that one word you want to tell the audience right now?
I think I'll start with partnership. Right. So I don't want to talk too much about Interswitch. They're doing a great job, but I still have to talk about them. So I'll just give a quick example. So when we wanted to get our debit cards, right, we went to our settlement bank, we went to other banks, and it took us like 6 months for them to come back to us to tell us, oh, you have your own core banking, it's proprietary, we cannot do anything with you. So that slows us down a lot, right? Now, we contacted Nefishetu, right? I can tell you in 1 month, we got our test debit cards. See, so even though we have inbuilt technology, we still need partners like Interswitch to help us foster this growth. So thank you.
All right, thank you. One word, partnership. Partner with the right people. Very critical. Dr. Namdi, what's that trend we should watch out for? And one word you would want the audience to go with today?
Thank you. Okay, so for the trend, I would just like to share some information. So I was just reading through, and there's this data shared by the International Monetary Fund about the informal sector. You know, over 90% of the transaction that happens is still cash-based. And they project that that's about 220 billion USD. And I was just saying to myself, if we add all the MFBs, add all the commercial banks, add all the anything that has to do with finance, add all of us together, fintechs, add everybody together. I mean, we've still not been able to break through that 220 billion USD. So I said to myself, if we actually collaborate and work together, like he has said, and let's assume that we work and we are able to break that market, right? That will be, let's say we have about 2,000. We are not up to that, but put everybody at 2,000. That will roughly give everybody about 110 million USD. And if you calculate 110 million USD, you know that's, I mean, with the current rates now, you know, it means that every MFB is already a billionaire MFB, right? And what that showed me is that the importance of collaborating as a system. I mean, one of the things that we have always done, I'll give an example of an MFB now. Like he said, I also don't mention name. They were a fintech, and they just got license of recent. And some 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And today they process about 12 billion in transaction today, 12 billion. And they have one of the highest points in terms of merchant collection, about 1.4 million, right? And you know that before they got to that point, like you had asked a question about data, they had seen some things. And now they just recently launched their personal banking. And guess what? They are still working with data. And they are saying for every merchant that we process their transaction, we know they will have at least 3 staff members that they can transact with these owners. So what that means is that they are projecting that in 3 months, they will get 4 million customers. In 3 months. So if you look at it and how long it has taken some of these commercial banks to get to 1 million customer, all the convincing, all the things you have to do, you realize that technology is not something you should think of. It's something you should see as a day-to-day activity. So for us, what I would say, like he has said, the collaboration is very important. But most important is also to understand that technology is here to stay. We are not going backwards. We are actually moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much for that example. Mr. Innocent, one word, please.
Thank you. So in closing, I would like to state this. The future of the underbanked and unbanked lies in your hands. The Central Bank of Nigeria drew up a framework to drive financial inclusion, and microfinance bank was identified as the primary financial vehicle to drive this. And we have made progress because we're together in this. The reason why we're seated here today is to inspire us to create a shift in the way we see things so that we can grow and prosper together. When you prosper, we prosper. We have taken away the burden of building infrastructure. I mean, reliable data points that can help you make quick decisions. What I'm saying is you cannot compete with a new bank except you embrace technology. And you have to start from where you are. Start with your immediate market. Forget about the bigger market. The opportunity technology brings that it takes away the limitation. You can be here and be learning some money in Abuja. Nothing stops you anymore. But don't overthink it. If I were you right now, I would employ a business transformation officer to sit and focus on how to transform your bank into a digital bank, where you start with your present market, begin to serve them. Remember, one of the core points I was taught today is convenience for customers. So beyond you scaling as a business, also think about your customer. The truth of the matter is that I will not see a smooth sail route and I decide to go on the path of turn. I will not. And that is the truth. You can't influence that. When the opportunity is presented, customers have a taste of it. It shapes their thinking and how they react or behave when there is need for your kind of service. So what I'm going to say is let's action this. That gross mentorship needs to happen now. That's why I mentioned earlier. You're not hearing this for the first time. We've heard this over and over again. When would we act on it? The time is now. Interswitch and our partners, we are solidly behind you. Like Larry said, please hound Susan. Or the consultation professional says, okay, we don't charge for it. It's free. Let's help you transform and help you build a sustainable business. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You said act now. The time to act is now. The time you should have acted was yesterday, so act now. Don't let's just listen and not act. Thank you very much. Heberi, just one parting shot.
Thank you again. So for me, I would say, like he just mentioned, be always ready to scale up your business. You know, we've mentioned a lot about banking as a service, security as a service. We've taken feedback. You know, when we moved to the region about 5 years ago, you know, the lot of feedback we were getting was, okay, it's so expensive. This technology, people keep talking about digitization, this, that. When you give us the bill, we can't afford it, you know. But we've also gone back and we've come out with things, you know, that it's quite affordable for MFBs, Fintech, as the case may be. So just be ready to scale up. We keep learning. Another thing I'd mentioned to a few of our customers was training is very important. You know, it's a different thing. You get on these technologies and then you don't train your staff. Now, talking to the MDs here, training is key. Be ready to train your staff. Yes, you've gotten the technology. How are you training your people to also push this out to your customers? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You just said training. You cannot buy a Rolls Royce and go and get somebody that is driving Keke Mawa to drive it, right? You have to teach that Keke Mawa guy how to drive the Rolls Royce. So it's very important. Training is for the growth of your business and also for the growth of the staff you want to entrust your $1 million company with. I hope we've been able to pass across the right message. I hope you've been able to pick one or two things you need to do to scale, to advance, and grow your businesses. Please, the time. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, for taking our time to join.
Thank you. Please give us a few more minutes. We have some questions.
Yes, okay. Please.
So there are a couple of questions online, but we have one question from Mr. Ashiru. We'll take the questions online. I'd like to see the hands of people that want to ask questions.
I'd like to thank the panelists. This was actually quite insightful. But when Larry was speaking, there are a couple of things that I just wanted to quickly mention. If you don't want to die, really, it's as simple as that. Someone said that even as a company, we've been faced with a decision whereby, what do we do? How do we scale? What are those decisions that we take? And digital transformation is a journey. It even goes back to your HR policy. How do you recruit people? It's a lifestyle. And we should not think these DMBs don't have the resources or the capex to spend. They have the money. They have the... So while they're busy dealing with what they're dealing with, this is an opportunity for us. I'm not really asking a question. It's more of a submission and some observations. There was an event we had about 7 years ago whereby we brought Brett King, who's a futurist. And he said something, and he said the last innovation in that everything that we're the last evolution was an ATM machine. And everything we're doing is we're writing on things that exist to have more engagement with customers. And when he said, I'm like, that's true, ATM, because that's really one of the most disruptive things in banking, whereby you can physically go to a machine and dispense cash. And lastly is around balance sheet. Someone was talking about the DMB's balance sheet is quite high. We all know that. But one of the opportunities they love the Fintechs and the MFBs have really been able to play with is like this new policy. Our demographic of this country is what gives us that advantage. MFBs in more industrialized and Western play, they don't have such a significant play because the commercial banks, the DMBs, with their app, you can do everything. So I don't need a microfinance bank for anything there. So I think this is our opportunity. This is the right time for us to really try and scale up. And as Abera said, the pricing has been deliberate and intentional, whereby it's shared service so you can scale and do the same things the other banks are doing. So I'd like to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tunde.
Okay, so let me take, there are 3 questions online. Susan, you shared questions. So the first question is, how do you scale in an environment where the demography are older people who are only comfortable with traditional payment processes? So that's the first question. Second question is, so can you throw more light on limitations, possible solutions on how to scale through poor network in rural areas? Third question is, what is the startup cost for neobank, CBN license, and what are the requirements? So those are the online questions. So while they answer it, I'll just take the hands. I see 3 hands already. And any other questions? Going. Don't say they almost asked my question, so I want to ask it later. All right, thank you. So let's take that.
All right, the first one has to do with how do you scale where you have people that are older generations and the rest. Let me allow the older generations to answer. Larry, please.
Only God can judge this woman. Okay, I think it's important that when we talk about technology, we don't just think app. Okay? So I work with quite a lot of startups where, when my profile was being read, I was thinking, I work with startups, and then all of these startups, what they think is, when you talk tech, you are talking apps. They're actually fundamental technology that supports even manual processes. Remember, the second point I left with is that technology itself is an enabler. What allows technology to really do its work is when you've really figured out what competitive strategy is. So it sounds like big English. So let me speak in familiar language for me. It's like pidgin. Let's say your bank is a unit MFB, but your target audiences or your target market were actually market women, okay? Who traditionally, the business that they do is more around cash-based transaction in open market. I don't know if there's an Okeari market here. I don't know. So let's say Okeari market somewhere in Bodija, I'm assuming, okay? If you go build an app where most of these people don't even have smartphones, would you compete with them? Of course not. So the real job is not to deploy technology. Technology is what I sell, so come and buy. But if you just buy, it doesn't guarantee you growth. So the real job to do is to figure out competitive strategy for your business. So if your customers were actually in open market, where their tightest connection to technology were feature phones, then you'll be thinking of, is it not appropriate for me to maybe deploy USSD for this lot? Okay? Is it not appropriate for me to even deploy back office technology, and then the channel that I'm using is actually agency to engage with them? So really, when we talk about technology, it's not just the fanciful ones like apps, like wearables. Today that's where we all are. Yesterday, officially, the light train was launched in Lagos, and the governor was the first passenger. After the governor, the commissioner of police in Lagos got into the train with his wristwatch. Everybody is talking about wearables. If you go and deploy wearables in the open market, you go tire now. So my advice really is that you need to really identify your target audience. And one of the things Doctor said that I'm thrilled with is, usually what technology gives you is an avenue to the world. But there's nobody who wins the world who doesn't win in his backyard. Like they say on the street in Lagos, every politics is local. Every business too. It goes start from local. So my advice is, my people, let's figure out the competitive strategy that supports, that underpins a business. When you understand who your customers are, your target customers, if they're in the bush and they don't have smartphone, then your play will not be smartphones. If they have feature phones, then your play will be feature phones. If they're in open market and they still do a lot of cash-based, then you are going to be thinking about digitizing cash, not digitizing other processes. I think that's where to start for. And even if you don't have the answers, like I said a while ago, understand the problem and call Susan. We'll find you the solution. Thank you.
So, Susan, sorry, 1 minute. So the other question was around the startup costs for neobank, CBN license, and the requirements. She's a CBN, that's why
Okay, in terms of startup cost, right? So it depends. CBN has various license regime, right? So it depends on the play you want to do. Is it MFB? Is it PSSP? Or is it switching licenses? There are various requirements for CBN. I would say you should go to cbn.gov, where you have payments and payments. Just go on payments. You will see all those regulatory things, requirements that you would need for you to be able to come on board. I know the fact that in some of them you have to put in collateral with CBN for a particular period of time to show that you have capability to be able to run a PSSP business. You get an approval in principle. From the approval in principle, if after 6 months you can deliver value and CBN can see value, and you have the required framework in place, CBN can then give you a proper approval for you to start your businesses. So I think for you to be able to get real detailed breakdown, I think it's better you go to cbn.gov.ng, where you can get all those various requirements for microfinance licenses. The requirement for a tier 1 is totally different from a tier 2, different from a state, and different from a national MFB. I know for a tier 1 or tier 2, you can have one head office and a minimum of 5 branches, but within a particular locality, you must have X amount to show capability with CBN that you can, you are trusted to hold people's phone. You must have some people that must be in your board. So I think the best place would be go to cbn.gov.ng, be able to get most of this information, because the license regime cuts across various sectors, and I'm not sure which of the sector you would like to play in. Yeah, the second question.
No, I think the questions have been answered.
Oh, okay,
so
thank
Larry
you.
answered the older generation. You answered CBN. So we'll just take questions from the audience. We have 3 for now. If you have a question, please, I'd like to see your hand. So for, okay, let's take number one.
Thank you so much. My name is Michael Mogu, cheerleader, Cellcall Limited. Okay, so it goes a bit back to, when the program started. We heard a bit about some of the things Interswitch is doing for us. My first question is based around convenience and cost. One of the key things that would help the growth and customer adoption of these technologies, somebody mentioned, one of the questions was around, driving a service where older people don't adopt, this new generation services, because they're hardwired for the tally, like Landry said. Okay, one of the key things would be driving the costs down. Now, so the cost of transaction, for instance, is there something Interswitch is doing to help this? Is there a push that Interswitch needs? Is there an alliance that they need with the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corp? Is there something Interswitch can do to drive down that cost of, the transaction? Because, from a customer point of view, one of the things we would like to see is where nobody's going to ask me, I'm buying a Congo of rice, for instance. Nobody's going to ask me for a transaction charge if my exchange is in cash. Okay, so I'm wondering if I'm going to pay for a Congo of rice, with ATM, my card. Okay, they're going to ask me for a transaction charge. Is there something that Interswitch can do to drive that cost down? That's question number one. Okay, we would like to see a day where it is free. When is that going to happen? Which day? On the second question, it's around opening the markets for consumers who want to use Interswitch services or merchants who want to use Interswitch services across different countries in Africa. We've heard some of your in some of your pitches, as you've mentioned, Interswitch is at the forefront of driving inter-transaction. I'd like to open Nigerian businesses to some of our, West African countries, for instance, Benin, Cameroon, Ghana, as it were, who, for MFBs, for instance, they have a similar culture, where they have Ajo, in, some of those places. We would like to know if Interswitch is doing something, to open up those markets to Nigerian merchants or Nigerian businesses, as it were. Some of us already know Interswitch is at the forefront of driving PAPs across Africa, okay, but some of our interests, is how the thing could take concern me. Okay, so and the third question is not so much as a question, but to open, our eyes. Every MFB who is here, okay, so please Google Cellcall Limited if you have a technology challenge. We will handhold you through the process, even if it has to do with Interswitch. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I like the third part, right? It's very subtle. Yeah, he just told you something. I won't pretend I did not hear also, right? But it's fine. I think the first one you said is what can Interswitch do to drive down transactional costs, right? Being a very regulated market, regulated to the extent that there is literally any cost that you want to charge to the customer that is not backed by CBN, right? So I think if I remember how payment started for us that started 15 years ago, we started where MSC was about 2%. CPN drew down the cost to 1.2. Now we're at what? 0.5%. So you can see on the daily basis, and it's 0.5%. Again, you will bear me witness if you're here. It's shared literally between 6 parties. PTSP, PTSA, 6, right? And then when you then pick the average amount transaction that is done on a daily basis, for example, based on data, it's 5,000 naira. If you do 0.5% of 5,000 naira, and then now share it among 6 parties, except we want to just say, you know what, everybody that has infrastructure, let's just do I dash you, right? I think that's what's left, right? Because again, we are in an industry where CBN looks at how does these various costs affect the masses and vis-a-vis the people providing the service and try to find a balance. I do understand, again, from the ATM perspective that even though there's regulation that says first 3 transaction is free, this subsequent one you have to pay, the banks still have to pay for it. And that's because, again, when CBN looks at it, they understand the fact that you have DDA or you have floats that you can use to do other transactions to make up for it. So how are we working? We are ensuring that we are abiding by all the various fees regulation to be sure that at the end of the day, in as much as, again, we are saying we have all this technology, come and buy technology. I like the fact that you're also in technology, you know the cost of technology. So that the little one we are getting, we can also use to ensure that the technology is up and running. So that by the time you are coming to my, as a service platform, I can give you at a very subsidized price. So we hear you, we are doing everything possible as regards transactional, abiding by it. I'm sure by the time CBN looks at it, if there is need for them to look downward further, which, again, if you look at it within the entire African sector, Africa as a continent, we literally drive the lowest transaction fees today within the market. Can we do better? Maybe if technology and the exchange rate comes down and we can buy them also a whole lot easier and a very discounted exchange rate, I think this cost will really come down, really, if you ask me. Then the second question, I'm not sure I can remember. Can you remember? Can anyone remember the second question I want to take? Huh? Perhaps, okay, what can we do to drive Pan-African engagement? They have customers outside Nigeria and they want to be able to do any form of collections. Innocent, do we have any? Okay. Innocent wants to speak to it. Do you have any form of solutions that can help address that? Thanks.
Thank you, Susan, and thanks for the question. Yes, PAP is a project that Interswitch is currently testing, and I cannot say categorically if we've concluded that test. Okay, we still need to get back to validate the state of the offer. But I know, the much I know is that we are projected to go live last month. Yeah, so I will need to, it will be nice for us to have your contact. So after the session, we can put a call through to the office, get updates, and then before you leave here, you will get an update on this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I mean, just to add to that, there are quite a few initiatives. I was just telling her that perhaps we call it something else now. It's called pipe chain. I mean, big deal. It's going to open up cross-border opportunities for partners like yourself. So it works in the business, and that's why it's going to reach out. There's a leg of Interswitch business that's actually Interswitch International. What we're doing there is we're converging merchants from different space. Okay, we're going to be opening up merchant services, not just for individual, but also for yourself. So there will be a cross-border opportunity for you to cross-collaborate, acquire things from other merchants that you can resell here, and then you are also able to have access to things like loyalty and promos for your own customers when they go outside of the country. So there are quite a few interesting things going on. We're right in the middle of it. Of course, there's the Verve, where there's a Verve international side, where as your customers with Verve card, they are able to use their Verve cards in other markets. So there are quite a few interesting things. That when Elor was speaking, we have many products that even all of us we can't speak to. So my advice would be that since you are our partner, there is a representation here in IBADAN, and they can just open you up to some of the international plays that we have. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Then we have our payment gateway that can actually allow you to do collections internationally too. Thanks. Hello, next question.
Okay, my name is Charles from Grooming Microfinance Bank. I was going to ask, you know, today lending online is easy, but recovery is difficult. What does Interswitch have, or what are you doing in respect to recoveries online? And secondly, you did not mention the government's role in adapting with Fintech.
I'll allow Innocent, government role. Government role in what, please? The last question.
In advancing with Fintech.
Okay, thank you. Please let me pass to Innocent.
Thank you for the question. So, collection is a major concern when it comes to lending. Yeah. And we have touched on a lot today. And we see institutions from the neobank to some of the microfinance bank that have successfully gone digital, that are successful today how they play. But from the Interswitch standpoint, we have multiple channels that we have enabled for collection, right? Today, especially for grassroots engagement or lending, we have what we call the Pay Direct. Now, Pay Direct is where your customer is able to walk into a bank and pay back on their loan, principal plus interest, and the loan is reconciled and closed. That has worked effectively for grassroots lending. Now, in addition to that, collection via agents is one of the focus we have today, right? So where we're able to leverage, payout agents for collection, which is still in the works, all right? And I'm sure that communication will come to you as soon as that is completed. Now, the most effective, I would say, collection channel that we have today is the card-based collection, which is the direct debit to account. And I know what a number of us want to hear is our ability to hit customer account directly. I mean, we don't have the right to GSI, okay, at the moment. And we're also still trying to innovate around that. So I am saying in this transformation journey, all right, we can leverage the in-bank collection, which is the Pay Direct. We can leverage the card for collection also. And that is why I mentioned earlier, if you're new to this, let's start with your present business environment. Digitalize those ones. Let's still leverage on how you collect today and then expand with the avenues that we have today for collection. Now, the second part of your question will speak to how CBN support for fintech growth. Right? Government support. Yeah. Okay, so the financial sector is largely regulated by the CBN. So when we say government, how is government supporting the growth of fintech? That's your ask? So what we have seen is the fact that in most states, they also reserve the right to issue license to small financial institutions, and that's what we call the state license, the money lender license. Okay? Which is one of the ways we have seen where governments begin to empower financial transactions within the state. We've also seen various initiatives where governments also bring in funding to the system, but usually they will not drive that through a money lender license holder. Okay? So I don't know if these address your questions, sir. So from a government perspective, there are licenses being issued to help small financial institutions also transact within the state, with limits though.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello, any other question?
Sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I'm a data analyst, so my question is obviously going to revolve around data. So right, we understand that everyone says data is the new oil, and I understand that Interswitch partners with a lot of companies, right? So my question is, how is the data, a whole lot of data generated, how does Interswitch leverage that data to drive innovation?
Okay, thank you very, very much. As you said, Interswitch, we're very big on data, right? I'll allow Innocent to come here because he's been able to use data to drive a lot of innovative solutions. And when we started the program, Elo said we have so many solutions, and those solutions are not born out of the fact that we needed to create products. They were born out of the fact that we've looked at customer data pattern and studied what we think they actually need, and having engaged with the customer for us to create such products. But I think Innocent can bring to fore some of the innovations like the lending, BNL, buy now, pay later services they've been able to bring to fore as a result of the repository of data and how well we've analyzed it. So Innocent, you want to throw some light?
All right, thanks, Susan, and thanks for the question. So data is important. In fact, when it comes to digital financial services, decisions are data-driven, right? And Interswitch happened to be one of the biggest data custodian, and we have been innovating, and we are still innovating around data, such that we've been able to create a number of products and services today, like she had mentioned, looking at it from a lending perspective. We have the nano lending today, where you have institution processing transaction in hundreds daily, okay, by just making data available. In my earlier statement I mentioned, the reason why the microfinance bank is comfortable to lend within their immediate market environment is because they know Mr. A, Mr. B. But with this data that we've been able to curate over time and innovation, we're able to tell you who Mr. James is, how much Mr. James spends. We give you an idea of his capability, how he has been repaying in terms of his character, which is critical in giving out loan. And we've been able to build algorithm around this data point, which today we can tell you we have a robust data service and a scoring system that put this together and tell you this is innocent, this is his character. And based on this that you know, you can go ahead and you can then make your own decision as a bank to say, okay, I can give Innocent a 20,000 to start with and observe Innocent. In fact, you will see some institutions that go as low as 5,000 to start with. I said, this is a new relationship. I need to know you first. By the time Innocent begins to perform, this is riding on the information that we have. So this is what we have used so far to drive a number of products within the Interswitch environment, from the nano lending to salary lending to the buy now pay later she touched on, where we're able to take, finance loans to customers at the point of purchase. I want to buy something on a Jumia platform right now. You don't expect me to stop the transaction, go to my bank, fill documents, get money, and I'll come back. No, and that's why we have embedded finance. We're able to bring that finance to you at that point of transacting. Not only are we empowering or increasing access to finance for consumers, we are also, innovating around how to increase access to finance for merchants. All right? Merchant for strategic growth. And all these are data-driven. So we have achieved significant, progress in terms of data engineering to support services as this, and it's still ongoing.
All right, thank you very much, Innocent. Hello, this is the last question, I hope, due to time. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
My question is going to be a bit funny, and funny in the sense that I see Interswitch as your processes, to me, looks as a one-way, and it's a one-way direction. It's an app that you can use to do, or a platform that you can use to do straight transactions, lending, payout, and all sorts. I don't know whether in the course of your products that are in the maybe R&D stage or you're about launching, if there's anything, let me pause a second. In my village, we have only one bank. We used to have only one bank in my village. Armed robbers struck and they killed a bank. And I tell you, till today, we don't have any bank in my village. So you have to go out of the village to do your business and transactions. What is the place of Interswitch in deposit, financial deposit? My grandmother does some little small business, goes to the market weekly basis, or Georgia, they go to do, and they collect money. But it's easy for them to do USSD, to do some, I can send money to my grandmother to do some transaction. What about our collectibles? is there any plan for this card, this Verve, this MasterCard? Is there any plan in the future for deposits, probably through agents that can collect for them and then go to deposit it and then they can have? Remember, they are not the jerseys, they are not the, what do you call it the other time? Alpha. Maybe they are the beta. You understand? But they are the centuries, like you said. But we have to keep thinking. I remember when I was growing up, when telephone does not work, we go to Nitel, we carry ladders, we follow them to do all this. Things have evolved. We're in the age of technology. Do we have a plan for technology to drive that niche in the financial? Because 700 branches, 500 branches are collapsing. You're reducing overhead, capital, and so much expenses is being brought low. But there is still something that is still a thirst, is still hungered within the system, which you should not overlook. So I want to put it on the table that at your back end, he said something about at the back end is even the bank itself, not the digitization. The digitization is easy. You can always have a pocket of agents around that can do this. Laziness, I can do transaction on my phone. An aged man will say, I don't have to use an app. It is an exercise for me to even go to the bank and fill my teller and make my withdrawal. You can say, hello, daddy, hello, uncle, how are you feeling? How's the children? But if I'm in my house, you can't ask me those questions. You can't know how I'm feeling. You can't know how aged or how fresh, or you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, this technology, I am afraid if this technology is not going to bring the world to an end one day. But we need to be very careful. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the question, right? I like your question a lot because in the crux of the questions are opportunities I see. For example, for the MFBs we have here, the word financial inclusion and agency banking has metamorphosed such that before you go 4 or 5 blocks, there's an agent somewhere. And these agents, based on how they operate today and institutions, they're not just there to help give out cash. For some of them, the microfinance or banks have worked such in partnership that they can do collections on their behalf, and the money they collect using card would eat your mother's accounts or whoever's accounts in the village. So what I hear you say, which I say is like an opportunity, is the fact that MFBs, you are closer home to these people. The bank may be very far, but you know what? You can begin to deploy agents to those locations. Those agents can work hand in hand with you such that they can even be an agent to help you receive funds, to help you receive deposits into the various accounts. That's one. From Interswitch perspective, we have our financial IFEs, which is like our agency arm that also today currently work and partner with aggregators, sub-aggregators to open up agency business or banking within those environments. I can help you do collections, deposits, and whatever services, bill payments, and whatever services that you have. Those services exist today. All we need to do is work with you, partner with you, understand where you want this agent location is. They can then create a tier model for you where you're like a super aggregator, and then every other thing can work as much as you want. And if you're an MFB, you have the license. You can also have agents, profile those agents, do proper KYC for those agents, and those agents can serve as your collection and deposit points for some of this repayment that we talk about. Does anyone have anything to add to that? Okay, so for want of time, we've gone beyond our time. We want to say thank you once again for listening to us. I hope we've been able to pass one or two knowledge. And to our panelists, we appreciate you. I hope when we call you next time, you avail us of your presence. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. A big round of applause for the panelists. Please just hold on and take a picture. You take one here, you take one outside. Okay. Calm down. Okay. Let me help you. Okay. No. Okay, so we'll have a leg break and leg and snack break. So we have, they call it small chops. So there's leg break, move your mouth a bit, and we'll go straight to the next presentation. Then we also have gift for everyone. So but once we're done with the leg break, snack break, we'll go on to the next presentation and we'll be a lot faster. Thank you very much. So just come outside for the snack break. Okay, so we can go out now for the snack break. If you also have questions for any of the panelists, they'll be behind. You can meet them outside, have a chat. Please, let's go outside for the snack break. We'll have that in 10 minutes. Panelists, please come outside for a picture also. come inside. Hello, let's come inside. Let's come inside. I want to believe we'll stretch our legs enough. Hello, hello, hello. Let's come inside. Let's come inside. Ushers, please help me.
Don't worry.
To tell you more about Interswitch products. And so we have two presentations, and from Tina and from Kelechi. Okay, Tina, Kelechi, Are we good to go? Ladies first. Okay, so we'll quickly have Tina. She's talking about Interswitch security as a service. So we have talked about how to mitigate against fraud, risk, and all of that earlier on. So we'll just have her come speak about. So Tina is our head of payments platform. So she'll talk about our security as a service. So like I said earlier on, Interswitch has well over 300 products that suit different sectors of the market. So it's basically whichever area you want, there's someone that you can speak with. And that's why I've been saying there are Interswitch staff behind. If you have any questions concerning any products, you can basically go to them. So today, a lot of the commercial banks services are being managed by Interswitch. So today, Tina will be talking to us about security as a service, because nobody wants any. We talked about the internal fraud, the external fraud, and the joint fraud. So how do we mitigate against all of this fraud that happens? Nobody wants to lose money. I was telling us the story of how somebody called me and said, hey, happy birthday. I want to send you small thing. A code just dropped on your phone. Send me the code. And I'm like, how bad now? They play. So she's going to talk to us about security as a service. Tina is an experienced, highly driven, innovative, creative, and energetic digital payment professional with over 14 years experience in electronic and digital payments, with a strong background in both finance and payments. Tina has worked extensively in the digital payment industry, producing tremendous results. She's very detailed. Amen. And has a comprehensive understanding of electronic payments,
thank you,
client services, and
okay.
very good team management skills.
Thank
A
you.
round of applause for Tina.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. You know, when they are reading your profile, even you in your mind, you'll be like, nah, me. But again, it's you, right? I'm happy to be here. And from what I can see, we have all enjoyed this session so far. It's been very interactive. Again, this is what we are known for in Interswitch, right? Bringing people together, talking about payments, what are we doing right, what are we not doing right, how do we enable everyone in the ecosystem, and that's what I'm here to talk about. Today I want to talk about Interswitch security as a service. Susan came up earlier, she had spoken extensively about fraud, right? And she said something, she said it can be anybody. Who is the target? The target is you, the target is me, right? As an individual, as an entity, as an organization, as a startup. Who cares whether you are just starting? Who cares whether it's your father's money you borrowed? You went somewhere to borrow money to start up. When fraud wants to hit you, it will hit you. All right? Fraud is a silent enemy, and it's lurking around the shadows of every organization. So what has Interswitch done? We have come to shine the light on fraud, and we're going to catch it. We have been catching it, we'll continue to catch it. Today we have come to tell you that we have a solution to meet every of your fraud needs. Okay? I'll start with some bit of statistics. This is the evolution of fraud over the years from 2018 to 2022. And as we can see, it's on the rise. Now, if you look at this presentation, you'll see that in 2018, let's look at the count, we have about 38,000. And then it keeps rising. In 2019, it moves to 44. 2020, it moves to 101. 2021, 123. And then in 2022, it looks like there's a decline, right? And then you may want to say, oh, we are getting something right. Yes, this thing is going down. We are catching the bad people, okay? But then let me take you to the graph beneath. That is count, right? Let's look at the volume. Let's look at how it translates to Naira and Kobo, how it translates to USD, whatever currency you want to use. In 2018, we see 2.1 billion. 2019, we see 3 billion. 2020, 11. 2021, 12.8. Look at 2022, 14. Did it rise in 2022 or not? It still rose, but then look at the count. What does the count tell you? it looks like there was a decline. So is there a contradiction here? Can anybody just try to explain to me what you think happened here? While the volume seemed to be reducing, in value, it did not reduce. Does anyone have an idea what happened? Please go ahead.
The number of fraud that was done was small, while the number of money stolen, the value of the fraud was more. So there is less fraud, but more value stolen.
Thank you. Okay, you want to say something? Sophistication. Wow. Okay, so let me give an analysis. Why do I want to hit 10 people and get 1 billion when I can hit one person and get 10 billion? I mean, so again, when we look at these statistics, while it looked like there was a decline in the volume in 2022, it did not stop the impact of fraud on the systems. The impact was still huge. In fact, the impact increased. Okay? And then again, let's look at this bottom part of my slide here. Total attempted fraud value. Susan also mentioned something. Are people reporting fraud? So can we actually say that with this analysis, this is actually what is going on in the industry as regards frauds? How many of fraud is being reported today? Every organization wants to protect their name. So as an institution, you've been hit deeply by fraudsters, but then you don't want to talk because you are saying, oh, what are people going to say? The integrity of my system and the likes. But then if you do not report it, how do we want to know the impact in the society at large, in the ecosystem, in the payment system at large, and how then do we want to tackle it? The truth is, fraud is not going to end anytime soon. As we are going on, as we are growing in the payment system, those guys are also growing in trying to hit you. As you are declaring profits year on year, as you're growing your business year on year, those guys would hit you when you least expect. That's the thing about fraud. Remember I said that it is a silent enemy. It's always lurking in the shadows. And when people are lurking in the shadows, they want to hit you unexpectedly. When you least expect it. Susan talked about internal fraud, external fraud, and she kept mentioning one guy, you know, where our colleague, where she had worked. What Susan did not tell you is that that thing also affected her. So when you are saying that, oh, you are in an organization, I have integrity, I'm not fraudulent, and then you are not talking, you are not concerned, fraud hits everybody once it hits an organization. Do you know that today, if your colleague, right, is involved in an internal fraud, and peradventure, two of you have gone to eat, and that day you did not have cash, and somehow you said, pay for me, transfer for me, I would give you the money. Because there has been transactions between two of you, the day they catch your colleague, my friends, you two, you will go to Ikoyi EFCC because transactions have happened between two of you. That is how bad, right, it is with fraud. Again, it hits everybody when you least expect. And I said, Interswitch is here. We're coming to shine a light on fraud. This is still some form of analytics, right, on fraud, looking at the different channels where fraud takes place today. And again, if you look at this part that has the pink graph, right, you see the checks 2, across counter 7. While fraud is growing, it is growing per channel, and it is growing with evolution. Back in the days, it was difficult for somebody to, before your checkbooks, I'm sure most of our parents keep their checkbooks. You don't even know their signature. So people have very well signatures. It's difficult to perpetrate fraud with checks. But today, just look at it. Look at the POS, look at the web, look at the mobile, and you see that the volumes increase per those channels. And again, we are saying, oh, technology, technology, technology. As we grow technology, right, fraud itself has technology. How many of us know that? We are building technology for payment solutions. People are building technology for fraud. I like the way you shook your head, sir. I mean, people are building technology for fraud. While angels are working, demons are also what? Working. Right? So, and that's what we have come here. And so when the panel was talking, right, they talked a lot about shared services. And again, you may want to say, oh, maybe the big banks have what it takes. The big banks are able to get fraud solutions and then they can prevent fraud. I'm a startup, I'm a fintech, I'm a microfinance bank. How do I want to build a fraud solution? How do I get a fraud solution, right? And so what have we done? Today we have it as a shared service and we could also have it for you as on-prem, okay? So let's look at ISAS. ISAS is Interswitch Security as a Service. This is an enterprise fraud and financial crime solution, monitoring real-time customer data. Again, real-time, I'm being emphatic. We're looking at customer behavior. The speakers, people that have spoken while this session started earlier, said a lot about customer behavior. You want to look at the patterns. When Susan was giving some examples, she talked about you are looking at a customer. What has this customer done over time? This is a customer that's selling airtime. And all of a sudden, there's a transaction of 1 million. What airtime are you buying for 1 million? So this is real-time data analysis using machine learning inventions, behavioral analytics, automated deep behavioral networks, right? And of course, our solution is rule-based, anti-money laundering, and of course, a very rich reports analytics. These are what we have built into this solution, such that at any point in time, however fraud wants to hit your organization, this solution is able to detect immediately. Let's describe the product a little bit, right? The solutions cover every aspect of e-commerce, payments, probable fraud tendencies, and this include card fraud prevention. Today, card fraud, we have the card present and of course, card not present transactions, right? This solution is able to do card fraud prevention, application fraud prevention, payment fraud prevention, merchant acquiring fraud prevention, anti-money laundering, and of course, gaming fraud prevention. Gaming is one of the businesses that is growing drastically in our economy today, right? Everywhere, a lot of people, yes, Oga said Bet Naija, I'm going, sir. I heard you, right? Oga said Bet Naija. Gaming is something that is booming today in the ecosystem. But guess what? The fraud guys are also looking in there. But again, this solution is able to tackle that. Because of my time, I'm moving forward. This is a pictorial diagram of what I've been explaining, right? And what this tool, this solution can offer to you. So authentication management, can manage multiple authentication methods and capabilities. Today, there are different forms. Banks have different methods of authenticating a customer, right? You want to put in your PIN, you want to use biometrics, and the likes. All those are things that have been factored into this solution. Digital banking fraud. Again, we have said we are moving away from traditional banking. We are going digital. And of course, this solution has optimized fraud defenses for ever-changing digital banking environments, payment fraud, specific extensible fraud protection for all forms of payments. Whatever forms of payments it is, the solution is able to cover these advanced frauds. Again, I said we are doing machine learning, but AI is everywhere. People can, as you spoke, sir, as you talked about bets, somebody can pick your voice. It is AI. Use that same voice, right, to defraud somebody else. Today, people have WhatsApp groups as organizations, and the MD is saying, the MD is in this group, transfer this. And Shebi is MD now that has given this instruction. You go ahead and transfer. Meanwhile, that WhatsApp group, something has happened. It is not MD that is talking to you anymore. Card and emerging payments, and of course, internal threats. We cannot overemphasize internal threats. I've been in the banking industry. I'm now in the payments and financial industry, and I know that most times when fraud happens, it happens internally. Somebody knows the system. Imagine you are the CFO, right? And then that same person that comes to you every morning, good morning, sir, and you're asking, how far, what's going on, where are we on this, where are we on that, where are we on this, where are we on that? And every day, there's some money leaving your organization. You are not aware. You are totally blind. You do not have an excuse that you cannot see it with your ordinary eyes. Of course you cannot. That's why there is a tool to help you manage these bits. Okay, so let's look at some use cases and the capabilities here. Today we have smishing, phishing. Smishing is using SMS, phishing your emails, phishing, elderly fraud. How can people be so wicked? You know, sometimes I hear that, oh, they defrauded one grandmother. The heart of man is desperately wicked. There's nothing you can do about it. It is your own duty to protect your grandmother. It is your duty, it's our duty in the financial space to protect the elderly from elderly fraud. And of course, that's why a lot of times you need to go go to the marketplaces, places that these people can be reached, to tell them again and again, when they call you, do not give your PIN. Right? Do not give your PIN. Education is key. Somebody is signaling me there that my time is going up. No problem. Let's run. So these are some use cases: internet and mobile banking fraud. Again, we have the capabilities to spot transactions after limit updates. We have the capability to identify new beneficiaries within a specified period. Again, there are certain people you make transfers to. Your beneficiaries are changing. The system is able to spot on the go. Card management system compromise. Your CMS, of course, you have allocated rights and all to your staff on the CMS, and all cards are then linked to high-profile corporate accounts. Detection capabilities, the ISA solution is able to detect normal debit patterns, values, volumes, location, etc. E-commerce and CNN fraud, of course, ISAS also has detection capabilities for this. These are some other use cases. Because my time is up, I will not be running through this. I would say thank you. We are selling. Come and buy. Protect yourself. Protect your institution. Anytime you need this solution, reach out to me. Reach out to Susan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So questions, please. Questions? Any question? Are we tired or no questions? Okay, so let's take the next presentation by Kelechi Ocha. He's a business development expert for our TPP business. So he's an experienced business development executive with a history of working in information technology, fintech, and service industry, with over 10 years experience, skilled in customer relationship, business development, planning, and service management. He's goal-driven, analytical, and a dedicated professional, proficient in monitoring trends and capitalizing on emerging opportunities, known for high level of professionalism, work ethics, and quality performance. Let's welcome Mr. Kelechi Nwocha. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so my name is Kelechi, and I'll be taking you guys through the evolution of cards in Nigeria, and then the business opportunities that we see in card issuance. I know the background has already been set. We've discussed about fraud, how to mitigate fraud. We've discussed about the future of payments and all. So the panelists actually made my work easier. So I'll just breeze through it, and then if there are questions, I will take. But the perspective I want to look at it from is, let's take a look at where we're coming from so that we can appreciate the work that we've done and what is currently trending and where we are going to. So that's the perspective I will take it through. So the evolution of cards. Like I said, we'll go through the history, the current trends, future of cards, and then the business opportunities that we have. So before we even dive in, I don't know, there are some of us that experience those days that we go to the banking halls and we have long queues because all we wanted to do was withdraw or deposit. And I think before those times, there were times that before you even go to the bank, you give like 2 days notice. Then the tally and all. Well, me, I experienced the queuing in the bank, and then when I opened my first account, I was issued a pay slip. So then your pay slip has the passport, and then you need to fill it in and sign. If you go to the bank without your pay slip, or your for you, then we now migrated from that to having pay slip in branch. So you don't need to have your booklet again. When you go, you just sign and go. And thankfully, thanks to technology, in the 2000s, we then had the likes of Interswitch came on board, built infrastructure to solve that problem of always going to the bank. So what we did was to provide a solution that would enable banks issue out cards. we all know that cards are a more universally accepted means of payment. So today, with your card, you don't necessarily need to go into the banking hall to do anything. You can sit down at the comfort of your home, you go online, you make purchases, you pay. You stroll to the supermarket, you use your card, you make purchases, and then you pay with it, unlike before. So we started solving that problem in the early 2000s. And in 2010, it even got better. So from the 2010s to 2020, what we experienced was that there was an intervention of regulation, which was CBN. The cashless policy came into being, and the fact that the cash dependency that we were used to was limited. So rather than making the likes of 500K, for individuals, you were restricted to like maybe 150. So our customer behavior kind of changed, and we started accepting the usage of cards. So from the 2000s, we started using it. And then just most recently, when we were hit with COVID, we now discovered that we really, really needed this card. And we really needed this new technology of making payments. And then we now started doing the likes of the contactless payments. It's either you're using your contactless card to tap on the contactless POS, or you are having your wearables or your mobile phones to do tap and pay. And that's the newest technology that we have. And I'll be taking you guys through it. So just to look at current trends, what are we seeing that is happening in the card business, in the card space, in the banking space, in the fintech space? I'd mentioned contactless payments, and a lot has been said about contactless payments during the keynotes, during the panels. So what we are seeing is that apart from your contactless card, which traditionally everybody, all the whole cards now issued by MasterCard, Visa, and recently Verve is contactless, you can actually do contactless payments using your wearables. So there is a solution that we call tokenization. What it enables you to do is you convert the PAN into a token on your mobile phone or on your wristwatch, and you can use it to carry out payments. So payments is gradually moving from cards to devices. So that's the contactless payment. And the acceptance is increasing because recently CBN has released a guideline for contactless payment. I'm sure we're all aware of it. So there is going to be a move to contactless payment, whether we are in tune or not. So we're just here to tell you that we have a solution to cater for those contactless payments. There's also the mobile wallet. So cards are also used on mobile. Today, there is QuickTeller, the likes of Paga. You can use your cards to make payments, do bills payments on it, do recharge, even do transfers. So most of the transfers that we started doing, it was a leverage on the way we designed the card transaction process, and that's why we got into doing transfers like the NIPs and all. Another thing that I would like to talk about is the instant card issuance. So before now, you can only get your card, say after 3 days or after 5 days, or sometimes after 1 week when you've requested for it. Today, you can just walk into a banking hall, and in less than 15 minutes, you have a card. So that's the current trend. So you're seeing that technology is growing, and as it's growing, we're providing solutions to cater for the needs. Our new generations now, they are not a generation of being patient. They just want things to be done at the speed of light. So as the behavior of the customer is changing, we are also providing solutions that will cater for that behavior. One critical thing also that I'll mention is the partnership and collaboration. So before, say 2-3 years ago, it was only banks that could issue cards. Then we had the fintechs coming on board. So what we did in Interswitch was to look at the fintech space, and we created a solution that will enable them issue cards off their wallets. So today, we've enabled fintechs to issue out cards using their wallet in partnership with banks that can issue cards. So that's the partnership and collaboration, and I know that we touched on it during the presentation. Then there's regulation intervention. Today, CBN has released Afrigo, and then even the e-Naira, CBN is saying you can issue cards off the e-Naira. So all these things are the trends that we are seeing today in relation to the card business. What does the future hold for us in cards? I know that during the panel session again, they discussed about the new banks, the digital banks. So today, there are banks that you don't even see their branches. You just download their app, you open an account, and you request for a card, and you're given that card. The card is delivered to you at home, or there is what we call the virtual card. So the virtual card is not a physical card, but it has the PAN, the CVV, and the expiry date on your mobile phone or on the website. So you don't even need a physical card. And that is what we are seeing more of them. And more will grow as the future comes. Contactless payment will continue to grow. So just like I had said, tokenization has come to stay. Some call it tokenization, some call it digitization. So it enables a device to carry out payments rather than just your card. Then security, we cannot just overemphasize on security. Susan, Tina had mentioned security. Interswitch have solutions to cater for fraud, to counter the fraudulent activities that are ongoing. You know, as we move to contactless payment, the fraudsters, they are not sleeping. So the fact that they're not sleeping, we're not sleeping, we keep innovating to counter whatever it is that they want to use to defraud our customers. And then I wouldn't want to dwell much on cryptocurrency integration, but again, we're seeing that in the nearest future, there might be the events that will issue cards off crypto wallets. We never expected that by now we'll be issuing cards off fintechs. But with the intervention of regulation, most likely we are to see integration of cards into crypto wallets. So that being said, what are the opportunities that we have in Interswitch to make you, how will I put it now, that will enable you cater for these needs of this generation, so to speak. So I've mentioned that the behavioral aspect of the customer has changed towards contactless. I've mentioned that we prefer instant cards issuance. And I've mentioned virtual cards. So what are the solutions that we have that you can leverage on to serve the customers better? So we have the virtual card solution in Interswitch. So for virtual card, there are APIs that will just expose to you for your consumption. So be it an MFB, be it a fintech, you consume those APIs and then you have capabilities to issue cards off your wallet, off your mobile app, or off the website, depending on how you want to use it. So the virtual card solution caters for that. And the beauty about virtual card solution is that once customers open an account on your app, they don't necessarily need to wait for the physical card to be delivered. They can just request for a virtual card and you have it, and you start transacting online without having a physical card. The tokenization solution also is a solution that we have. We launched it last year, and there are banks that are coming on board to leverage on this. And thankfully, based on the new guideline for contactless payments, more and more banks are embracing tokenization. So, like I explained, tokenization, it functions in two ways. It protects your card PAN online because you're converting the PAN into a token, and then it enables your device to become EMV compliant to carry out contactless payments. We have that solution, and it's for sale. So we look forward to partnering with you to integrate. Then the fintech card issuance, just like I had mentioned about the collaboration with fintechs and MFBs, we have built a solution that will enable fintechs to issue our cards. We understand that fintechs they are API freaks. So what we did was to build a solution that will enable them issue cards, and then rather than sending ISO messages for them to authenticate or authorize, we are sending APIs because that's what they are built to consume. So this APIs is what they consume, and they're able to issue cards. And they're able to authorize because today, fintechs have capability to debit and credit those wallets. So it means you can traditionally issue cards and you debit and credit, but they need to partner with a bank. So that partnership needs to happen. The fintechs, the MFBs, and the likes. So Card Fusion is our instant card solution. So I'd mentioned that today there is instant card. So we have a solution that caters for that. Card Fusion is the end-to-end instant solution that will enable you guys issue cards immediately to your customers. And just to wrap it up, our credit card and prepaid card solution, Interswitch has revamped their credit card solution. We have a solution we call the Transaxis. So with Transaxis, you can issue out credit cards, you can issue out prepaid cards. Prepaid cards caters for the unbanked. There are a set of the customers that don't have accounts at the moment. But with prepaid cards, they can get those cards, fund it at the bank or any way you want them to fund, and they can use it to do transactions. And with prepaid cards, you can cater for the large number of unbanked customers that we have. I think that's about my slide, and I'll pause and take questions if there are any. I don't know if there are questions before Eloho comes up.
Thank you for that presentation. I know, okay, we're together anyway. Is there a way you can actually, you know, I asked the question earlier around cross-border payments, right? A situation or a scenario whereby we can use our VEV card in neighboring countries. I keep saying that, why is it that today, if I want to go to Ghana, I have to, first of all, convert to dollar, fund my DOM account, get on a 40-minute flight, and, you know, so those are some of the things. So maybe that's more of a prospective or futuristic thing. Maybe you can shed some more light in that, because those are also areas that I'm sure with the MFBs here, it will be a value add if the day they can actually say to their customers that with your VEV card, you can use it in Africa, as opposed to opening a DOM account, which there might even be restrictions for MFBs to open a DOM account. I don't know what the CBN policy says about that. That's just a comment or a question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that question. So yes, it's futuristic, and I will say we have a solution together for that. Pipe, it's called the pipe chain. It enables you from either use your card abroad, or that's when we say abroad, in any African country, and not necessarily benchmarking the dollar. However, there are still regulatory processes that we are going through. Once that is cleared, we will hit the ground running and to go live. The solution is live. We just require some regulatory clearance, and then we are into the market. And with that solution, you'll be able to use your Naira VEV card across Africa to do cross-border transaction. Yep. So yes, there's a solution. We just require the final regulatory clearance.
Okay, any other questions?
Yep. Okay. It's Naira VEV card. Yes. Naira.
Any other questions?
Sorry? So we're piloting with VEV, then to cut across.
Okay, so we'll just take the closing remark, and okay. So I want to thank everyone for coming and being a part of this. We'll just take a quick closing remark, and we'll take pictures, and we'll socialize. Okay, so I'd like to invite Mr. Ashiru to just give a closing remark.
Okay, so this brings us to the close of our session today. But before we depart, I just wanted to leave one or two comments. The first is, first of all, thank you so much for coming. I can see that the hall actually got fuller and fuller as we went. So we're looking forward to a much more engaging session. Obviously, subsequently after, we'll be around to take some questions and comments. We're looking forward to another one next year, God willing. We'll meet and see again in the next, within the year. So having said that, on behalf of the organization, my team, the organizers, the panelists, our guests, our key customers, all our customers, friends, and supporters, I wish you all a safe travel back to your respective locations, and God bless. Thank you so much.
Okay, please, if you have not got a gift, you can just remain on your seat so they can bring your gift to you, please. Then you can go outside for pictures. And so you can go outside to take pictures. But if you have not got a gift, you can just hold on so they bring it to your seat, so that we don't have, so it's not rowdy outside. Thank you very much for coming. See you all in 4.0.